Back in of the game, gunfire and flames. I hear echoes of my name being called in a hall of fame. You ever get the feeling your inner cause to be great? I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. All the fame, theme music, man, we don't play. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. All the fame, theme music, man, we don't play. This is excellence personified. Tell coach put me in, call my number, I'ma show up. And they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'ma throw up. Been the man since the boy, but now the boy is all grown up. All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the rush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world, lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
BFX 화이팅!
BFX 화이팅!
DNS 버스 화이팅! DNS 버스 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of week 2 of LCK of 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf today as we bring you our final 2 best of 3s. The last one being, in my opinion, the most up in the air, because KT on a massive winning streak, and now they're against the Bros. Oh my goodness. First up though, we do have BNK BFX, and they are going to be taking on the DN Supers. The DN Supers, in the last couple of matches, have been difficult opposition. BNK BFX, though, have won 1 game, Wolf.
Yeah, Ox has the opportunity to be the most right about... Well, actually, no, that's not true. I was going to say, because Ox had this interesting prediction with BNK where he had them beating HLE, but losing today. And They look likely to lose today, potentially after their series against Hanwha, but they also did not beat Hanwha, so never mind. I was about to give Ox too much credit, but he had a pretty unique set of predictions, and it did not actually fully work out. But the truth is, right now, if you take a look at these standings, you'll find that almost nothing that anyone could have predicted has come true. We really are still figuring out which teams are strong here in round 1 of the LCK. Our Rise and Legends split happens at the end of round 2, so there's still a lot of League of Legends left to play. But for both these teams sitting at the bottom, this win would be huge. And for BNK, who haven't won a single series yet, as you've mentioned, it would be massive. But they're taking a bit of a risk here.
Yeah.
Daystar in, as Vicla's performances were lackluster, really starting with the LCK Cup finals that we had in Hong Kong, and then he wasn't able to transition into a very strong performance at first stand, and then here the first few weeks of LCK hasn't been great. So giving Daystar an opportunity, though, I think this is, against Closer, going to be a pretty tough one.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you. Of course, Closer formerly on Live Sandbox at the time, but now, of course, BNK FearX. And so they might have actually crossed paths a little bit throughout their careers. Bit of fun is the fact that Daystar did spend a year over in Australia playing for Team Bliss, which is pretty cool. But I have never really been that much of a Daystar fan. I feel like there is potential there, but he never really got off the ground, although they did manage to win Challenger last year. So maybe they could channel some of that moving into this match. But I do think that, you know, it was the year of Vicla, and now it's the year of Vicla's left. And I don't know how to really cope with it, to be perfectly honest, as we welcome the players to the Chijik Park stage.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Daystar is his Challengers team right now is in second to last place, above Genji, who has been kind of, unfortunately, the punching bag of Challengers for a while now.
Yeah, a few years, actually.
Yeah, and they almost lost to Genji, in fact. They're barely able to beat them, so I think this is, again, potentially a huge opportunity to grow. We've got some Cage-Roll fans here as well. He's been a little absent in the LCK.
He did miss the banger day,
yeah,
and then came for the next day, which was just disappointing.
But
it's all right, though.
Back to Daystar briefly, I had really low expectations for Lazy Feel, and he has certainly helped QM DRX turn things around. And maybe this could be a similar story here where Daystar is hungry, he's prepped a lot, it's a different atmosphere, it's a different vibe, and the team does great with him.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. We can't know what's happening behind closed doors, right? And so scrims with Daystar might have just been working out a little bit better. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how it is going to go as, oh, we have a little bit of a predictions update. Me and Digon ahead on 5 out of 8.
Right, you guys are about to probably win.
And everyone else is on 4 out of 8. The problem is I wanted to get ahead of Digon this week, and then I made the really intelligent move of just predicting everything that he predicted. I found out after the fact, and I probably would have changed something had that been the case.
Don't tell his mom he's here.
All right. We won't. I promise. Next time I speak to her, I'll just do my best to talk about everything else other than that. Other than the fact that you're here. But
have
honestly,
you seen my son? Nope, nope. I haven't seen him.
His mom and I don't really talk about that sort of stuff that much anyway, so it's all right. Like, he has his freedom. I think that's allowed. We talk about bread, I'm pretty sure, most of the time. Anyway, getting ready to dive into pick and ban here for our very first game. And it would have been the battle of the year-ofs, you know, once again, as, you know, it was year of Dudu to start things off, then I was trying to argue the year of Vikla, and now it's the year of Vikla's gone, and maybe it's the year of Daystar, actually.
Is it the year of Pyoshik, actually?
I mean, honestly, could be. They haven't necessarily been winning all that much in their last couple of matches, but did come out of the gate swinging, and perhaps back on the horse, up against Raptor here, who has been fumbling just a little. Could be an opportunity to prove himself once again.
I do think that this is a roster that should be winning more than it is BNK, that is to say. FearX have a team that made top 2 in LCK Cup. They really figured out their style around Raptor. And they arguably should have beaten Hanwha Life Esports, but they went a little bit too deep. They went too aggressively. They played too much into their play style, and it backfired. It bombed. And they did end up losing to Hanwha Life Esports. You and I were commenting just earlier this week. And we'll see what they do here up against DNS, because if I could redo my predictions after finding out that Daystar was playing and after seeing that Hanwha Life Esports result, I would actually give DNS the edge tonight, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I would probably join you on that one. Also seeing the fact that Peter is back as well. It's not going to be a life sub-in or anything like that. We did see that when things started to go wrong, having a little bit of a zoom in on Peter in question. We'll see whether Life is going to come in their next match. It might be something that they decide to continue to swivel through, but I'm not a huge fan of subbing out mid-series. I think that building a series together is kind of the main way that you're going to get across the line. However, things can go wrong, and then maybe you're going to have to patch things up. But we'll just have to see whether the DN Supers are going to need it, or whether they're going to be able to just find themselves a win. Because like you say, I'm kind of feeling with you. If I had known that there were going to be these struggles for BNK FureX, I would have probably changed up my predictions as well. But that is the beauty of the early season, ladies and gentlemen. We don't really know where these teams stack up against one another, even if we do have the entirety of LCK Cup to go after. It's just a little bit tough. And now we're going to dive into the draft. First, we have the Varus band away, and there is the Rumble as well. Second pick chosen here by the DN Supers, and that means it's just a regular draft, and I love to see it.
I heard that Edo was saying, like, we're playing through topside a little bit. Please understand we're trying a lot of things. I could not feel that even a little bit in their last series, to be honest with you, Atlas. But we'll see what they want to draft here. They'll ban the Pantheon, actually, here with first pick in their hands. Karma will be taken away alongside this Orianna, so could even be looking at first pick Rise.
Yeah.
See if Closer is going to be willing to play the Anivia counter pick. Doesn't really sound like a Closer champion to me. And in fact, they're going to push towards this Ezreal, which has been doing very well here at the LCK.
Yeah. Doesn't have the Karma alongside it, but it is still a very strong pick as Pioshik on the Vi.
Wow, it's a pretty high Vi priority early on in this series, and
especially with Jarvan still available, right? I feel like Jarvan and Vi probably similar success rates here in the LCK.
Especially because Rise, is very immobile. I feel like picking Jarvan into the Rise as well as denying the Jarvan Sivir would have felt great, because now Diablo can get his hands on Sivir. Now, he doesn't like to play Sivir, but I think Sivir is fantastic for this draft. Very safe into what DN Supers have already showed us. So we'll see if FureX want to lock that one away now. They can wait till the second phase, but I think it will likely get banned if that is the case. And since the Ezreal's already showing, you got the Jarvan, you've got insane wave clear if you go for that. It's not a S-tier AD carry, but does really fit the bill for this draft. Instead,
I do like, the Nico pick away is kind of cute though. I think that the Ezreal Nico, last time we saw it, did look pretty good. As there is the Cassiopeia, the answer to the Rise. I think if it had have been something like a blind Jace, we would have seen Dudu go straight towards the Yorick, and it probably would have been all over right there. Because I trust Dudu to be able to play out that matchup well enough to become just unstoppable force in the side lane.
This to me is so much more of a Closer counter pick than the Anivia. Like, this has been the more classic pick, and it's just a pick that's in Closer's wheelhouse, in my mind. The Anivia, I think, just is probably not for the best for him. As we'll see what these bans are going to be. Again, the Sivir is the one that sticks out like a sore thumb to me. And they'll ban Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is often picked into Ezreal when you have a range support like the Nico that can get you through the laning phase, so I do like that ban quite a bit because they have the Jarvan.
Yep.
And they deny BNK a dive comp, because that's what BNK do. They're pretty one-dimensional in that way. So actually, pretty cool ban, and they'll actually just leave the Sivir entirely and grab this Jace ban. So despite that Yorick counter pick being potentially available, not going to play around that.
Nope. Maybe looking for a top lane on 4 and then give Pete a counter pick. That might be the choice here. Even though they can see the support, there is the entire lane that does need to be picked up, and there is the Alistar to be taken away.
It's got to be a Sivir pick at this point, right? They're like, yep, no range support for you. And we took away the Alistar. We have the Jarvan. As on the other side, Gnar feels pretty good here. Feels pretty safe, strong on the sides.
I don't mind that. I feel like it's a decent blind pick, even though it has been punished in the past. That's Rakan, though.
Since the supports already face up, they are going to say, all right, we'll look for some sustain here in lane. It works well with Vi, and also works well with Cassiopeia, so really strong dive composition here on the other side, so we're kind of clashing into potential dives, but I think BNK could turn this draft around completely by just locking the Sivir. Instead, they're going to go for safety.
Yeah, Xayah does. It's similar to the Sivir vibe. I feel like Xayah is a go-back champion. and Diablo is a go-forward player, and I feel like they are kind of at odds with one another. The Renekton, though, will be the blind pick here from Clear, going straight into probably a Gnar for Dudu.
If it's Gnar, I like it a lot more than the Kennen. I think if you go Kennen, you do not go AD, first of all.
Oh, please.
You have to play very carefully, and you have to be winning the game the entire time, which I think is quite tricky into this Rise. The Gnar makes way more sense to me. It's also feel a great pick for Clear, so denying this pick for the rest of the series feels good as well.
Yeah, it's a great idea. I think their Wombo combo is kind of insane, and this also augments that. I think you have a little bit more trouble in the lane, but once you're out of it, the Zehen certainly does a whole lot of work.
It's quite bold, though. You know, it does the exact opposite of what the Gnar does in this matchup. You know, you're opting to have side lane pressure as the Gnar and be able to help additionally augment the already strong engage here for DN Supers. Now you're saying, no, I'm just going to lose the lane, but I'll be more relevant in late game team fights, which is quite scary to do into this Jarvan Rise Renekton composition that is going to explode through the mid game. It also has its own late game scaling conditions as well. But, you know, there was like a huge ooh through the Korean commentators when that choice was made, because I think these two champions couldn't be different from each other in terms of what they do for this draft. But ultimately, I think the Zahin is the more robust choice and the easier to pilot in late game team fights if you can get there.
Yeah, and I do think that, like, it is a pretty efficient win button when you do get later on into the game. We've seen when it is piloted effectively, that Grim Deliverance plus the extra life, it can be so difficult to remove him from the front line. And then when you've got two of these very brawly, low-range compositions going head-to-head, having that extra layer of damage and survivability is going to go a long way, I could imagine. So I'm kind of liking what the DN Supers have here. However, the bottom lane is a little bit weaker than I would have liked for this meta. Let's get into it, though. Game number 1. My goodness. DN Supers fans out in force today, as that was deafening. So let's see whether they can take that energy and turn it into a victory, as the DN Supers on a 2-match losing streak so far after winning their very first one.
It's an incredibly full house here on Sunday. I mean, I know we only have, like, there's only a certain number of seats. It can't be, like, more full than full, but it feels like with the energy we have, especially with these two squads, I'm not throwing shade on them, but, like, this feels like it's a T1.
Yeah, T1 ain't playing. Yeah.
of fans today, so that's awesome on a Sunday afternoon. The weather is phenomenal, but everyone decided not to touch grass and to come to the LCK instead.
No. They got all their grass touching done early.
Sure.
And then came to the LCK. That's obviously how it works. It's like eating your veggies before the main course, you know? You can just get the more difficult thing out of the way, and then you're having fun. And that's precisely what we're doing here, as it may not necessarily be that much fun for the DNS bottom lane to begin with, but Rakan is, maybe I'm giving him a bad rap, can sometimes actually navigate a lane relatively well, especially if you are on point with your Gleaming Quills.
Ghost here for Diablo is a choice that he's made over the barrier, so he's going to be able to really chase down and follow up really aggressively, not only in potential lane ganks, which Raptor is heading for a potential one right now, but also in later team fights. Also gives him a little bit more mobility. He's already got a lot of added safety, and Cleanse doesn't really help you into the specific CC you're facing here into DNS, so I like that a lot. Raptor is just going to set up counter jungling early here and invade this Gromp. They had an early ward, and they know the timing. They know Pyosik started red buff here, and he's, I think, just going to get away with this for free. No consequences.
Yeah, and even able to come on over and possibly challenge for this blue buff as well, as Pyosik standing on that ward. He's looking to try and get in there, but misses the Vault Breaker. That's a lot of damage that he's now missing, as Dr. gets on over to try and push Raptor away. Does mean that the bottom lane does have to abandon the lane, and Raptor making his way back because he knows that Dr. and Peter have to go back to that wave.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically Raptor using his health bar here to deny CS and mess up that bottom lane, and now Pyosik is just not going to get his blue buff here.
Yeah, Vault Breaker is going to get challenged as Pyosik almost flashed for that. You could feel it. Kellen does get himself out of there. He does have to expend his flash in the process. Still, decent little advantage here, especially for Raptor in this early game.
Clear here is going to be winning this early lane unless he makes a mistake. This is his best champion in my mind. I've said it before, but I'll say it one more time. I really think Clear is just legit good now. I think he's actually very consistent. And you know, this is a lane that he needs to win and generate pressure through for this draft to work. The bottom side, they've already found success there in denying that blue buff from Pyosik, so triple buff on the cards here for Raptor. You can see that Nico has turned things around a little bit here and is actually on a bit of a winning streak at the moment.
Yeah, was struggling a little bit earlier on, but has since found a fair bit of success. As in goes Peter, looking for a little bit of damage towards Kellen, but Kellen not going to be too worried. The wave should be crashing as Kellen is doing his best to hold onto it. Good little snare connects onto Peter there, is not going to get feathered. But still, some relevant damage. As Daystar gets poisoned, Closer having a pretty good time planning these noxious blasts. Oh dear, another snare comes through as he does have to get himself out of there. The flash forward from Diablo though! And that is going to be first blood over to the bloodthirsty AD carry in the bottom lane for Fearex.
And he has Ghost. He's just got that one on lock 100%. 10 out of 10 times. You make that mistake, get rooted, you are just going to die. He had to use his flash in exchange, so he is down flash into the Ezreal, but with the kill, I think he feels pretty good about that exchange, and he has a cull to cash in here as well. So Diablo is going to be exploding through the mid game. He is absolutely in a fantastic spot now. Already had that extra pressure in lane, but puts himself in a 600 gold lead now.
Yeah, absolutely gigantic. And you saw Doctom actually missed a bunch of CS as well as it was crashing into the turret. Just a very awkward time as he hasn't been back yet to grab a Sheen, or hasn't even got his tier stacking yet. This Ezreal is looking a little worse for wear as Peter turns up in the mid lane alongside Kellen. And they are just going to be trading blows back and forth. It looks like wave control will be there for Daystar, who at the check-in is looking all right. 4 CS in the lead. The wave will be taken down by Closer, and so things will equalize, but still not a bad move at all as Dudu, he's got the Bramble Vest, and Clear has gone for the Executioners. We've seen this exact item buy in this exact matchup before.
Both of these champions want to deny healing against each other, if possible, as we do have another aggressive move here from Raptor. It's not going to be an invade into the jungle, as that hasn't respawned yet, but he's focused on Dragon. But this is just a little bit of greed here from Peter. He steps forward, gets rooted, and he's just 100% dead here. Diablo follows for the flash, has the Ghost for the movement speed. There's nothing really Peter could do to outplay there.
Nope.
Arguably, maybe should have just saved his summoner, but...
And maybe should have just gone back instead. Maybe just cancel you back, run away.
Yeah.
And don't try and look for anything overly aggressive. But Pyosik, we're going to come on in here and deny Clear, who does slice around. Won't be able to take a crab or anything like that as the Drake is taken. So Pyosik knows this crab is his. And he will be able to take that one away. Still, first Drake going over to BNK Fearex, as well as the next one being a mountain. Could be Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's a bit of fun.
This does continue to be Edo fibbing in his interview where he says they're playing through topside, by the way, just to put it out there. But Diablo is massively ahead. They got the early dragon. Oh, God, another root.
Kellen is actually playing like a man possessed today, finding so many of these roots.
Magnetic.
And his bottom lane is getting obliterated.
And I mean, it just gets worse and worse here for this bottom duo for DNS. And they lost the Drake so early that now BNK can play through their topside winning lane Renekton to challenge Grubs. And they have a rise in this game. So side lane power is already pretty real. And I mean, the game state just is horrible right now for DNS. And the individual Drake they picked up here is Infernal as well. So those stats are relevant. Raptor's coming for another pass. Realm Warp in.
In comes Daystar. Let's see what he can actually find as the Rune Prison goes down. Raptor catches up to him. The barrier is decent, but Doctom is still going to die. Featherstorm comes in from Diablo, and that's going to allow him to take a kill before dying himself. 2-for-1 trade in the bottom lane.
Definitely worth it, though. At the end of the day, second kill goes over to Diablo. And a kill goes over to Daystar on the roam, utilizing that mid-prio incredibly well. Closer did not have TP. So you can see on the minimap, Closer backed. So this is a perfect opportunity. They've already preset this. The wave is crashing. He knew that with the back timing of the Cassiopeia, he can come down here. And there's no summoner, well, no flash, that is to say, for Peter. And he just cannot outplay. Diablo resets the aggro, but still picks it up there to secure the kill. So unfortunately goes down. Could have been played a little bit better there, I suppose, so he would have lived, but still very happy with the exchange.
Yeah, I don't think they're too worried about it. And, you know, hindsight is 20/20 and all that sort of stuff. Still, Clear pressing his R button will be able to get this wave shoved in at least, and utilizing the ultimate.
Look where he's headed right now. Raptor right towards the grubs. They push in the top lane, and now something has to give here.
Oh dear, well, they're going to look for Diablo as True Shot Barrage came in to help out, and Pyoshik, one last punch is going to do it. So Diablo punished yet again.
Finally, they get something here in the jungle that's proactive on their side. They knew the lane was pushed in. They knew Raptor was heading up to grubs, so it's a good rotation from Pyoshik. He knows that Diablo is flashless and ultless, and so it's a pretty simple gank for him to pull off there. Raptor will get the grubs, so arguably stronger overall, but at least they don't give it up for free, and they push the Xayah out of the lane. And now Duckdom picks up, you know, he's got a gold lead here technically. It's basically dead even, but it's no longer a monumental deficit down here on the bottom side. And Kellen, unfortunately, is just kind of zoned away here, thus not able to come over and help. The True Shot Barrage is lined up. Very simple here for DNS.
And they knew that the Feathered Storm was on cooldown as well from that previous play. So that one was a pretty comfortable one. You could imagine that Diablo was feeling pretty safe standing underneath his turret waiting for that wave to crash in, knew that he was vulnerable, but just didn't know that he was going to get killed right where he stood. So nice little move there from Pyoshik, gets himself the kill as well. And we'll be heading towards that first item pretty quickly. Raptor as well, getting closer and closer. And then we'll have some sundering of the skies and things like this. Daystar holding onto this wave up against Closer quite comfortably. But Closer is putting the CS numbers together, just isn't quite able to challenge when it comes to getting around this map as quickly as the Rise. Already
Clear.
Daystar utilizing it.
Clear is proxying, by the way, on the other side of the map. Like, they have so much control right now. He did not have to TP. Dudu has to TP. He is up a level right now on his opposition in the top lane, and it looks like he's even going to go for a potential wraparound play. Like, look at the minimap. Look at Clear.
Yeah. I think he's just going to go grab the other one.
Get the extra proxy. He's just untouched here, and they pulled Pyoshik down the bottom side, so he knows he can do this. They're winning on both sides of the map so hard right now, and Daystar has showed up.
Oh, and now you've got Dudu doing the same thing. Gromp going to be stolen away here by Raptor relatively successfully, as Callan looking to stop some backs. True Shot Barrage connects onto 2, but isn't going to do any lasting damage. And yeah, Dudu's like, well, if that's the game we're playing, I will do the same thing, as he does now look for a reset of his own.
The scary thing for DNS is they knew that Clear could have TP'd to that fight on the bottom side if he wanted to, and also could have TP'd back to his turret with a Realm Warp from Daystar to defend the proxy from Dudu. Dudu gets away with it, and he's very happy for it. He's evened up the CS quite substantially there with that, but could have been way worse, like if they collapsed onto him or if DNS had committed to the bottom side play. I think it's just a zero-sum game, and they just have to sit back and scale now with their Cassiopeia Ezreal. And again, the Zahen will be so relevant later on. Just right now, BNK are playing through this early game phenomenally.
Yeah, I also think that Peter is going to be a lot more relevant later on in the game as well. The quickness is so good at setting up for Petrifying Gaze, because it makes you face a certain direction as Cease and Desist comes down from Pyoshik, looks for Daystar as an opportunity there, but he might get challenged as, I don't know about that one from Kellen, kind of misses as he does flash to pick up the double root. Never mind! I take it all back. I was not familiar with your game, my friend, as there's the knockup from Raptor as well. Closer gets taken down, and Daystar picks up a double killing spree for the new player in the mid lane for BFX.
I mean, BFX are just running away with this one now. The gold lead itself isn't massive, but with the eye test, with the coordination we are seeing with this roster, how they're utilizing this draft, it's just beautiful, frankly. And now going to be able to grab their second dragon of the game on top of those additional kills, and the lead just gets bigger. As meanwhile, it looks like Clear might even try to start a red buff and take that away. I'm with you on this Kellen play. It looked like there was a great flash opportunity here, but he holds it, plays patiently, because they've already kind of got this on lock, right? Like, if he doesn't commit his ultimate there, he might even be able to get even more here with the flash ult. So that's a bigger issue, but ultimately still gets the root, still sets up Daystar for success. They get another follow-up root here with the Rune Prison. And Clear, he's hanging out, but they don't even need his help.
Yeah, and they all, like, Kellen even baited Peter into engaging onto him. So like half the buttons from this Rakan just didn't really do anything. And the flash that Kellen did end up going for was incredible. Like, I don't know how he came up with that as being the right choice on the fly, but damn, did he make it look good. As Clear, slicing and dicing, will be able to pick up the minion wave due to just kind of wishing that things were going better elsewhere. It is Earth, Wind, and Fire, which we all very much like here at the LCK broadcast.
Yeah. You know, how many of our fans actually know that's a musician, or are you just reading off Elemental Drakes?
I mean, I think it's fine either way, you know? because I am reading off the Elemental Drakes as
Yeah,
well
and
as...
also we all do really enjoy these 3 Elemental Drakes.
Yeah, yeah,
So
they're good Drakes, you know, and you end up walking real fast at the end.
You're saying a lot of things that are all true all at once.
Yeah, and then it can mean more for some people. And then that's totally okay. If you're not familiar with Earth, Wind, and Fire, guys, just go and watch Groove tonight. As now, Daystar is in a lot of trouble. He gets punched. There is the Petrifying Gaze as well, and down will go the Rise. Punished after that killing spree that he picked up before, as DNS fully overload the mid lane.
Yeah, okay, this is a bit of an extension from Pyosik.
Yeah, there's a double knock-up from the Pop Blossom, as they will be able to take down Pyosik. Kellen able to make his way out as Dr. Arm extraordinarily low and clear just comes over and culls the Meek. Peter gonna have to get himself out of there as there's some grim deliverance from Dudu to try and pick up the kill. Does manage to grab the Xayah here, but is unable to do too much more other than that, and it is another win for FearX.
Clear finally TPs, finally gets to use his button, finally gets to show up to a fight, and he makes a huge impact there. I liked how this started for DNS, right? Like, Daystar's up here, Peter's got a nice wraparound angle, he knows the Rise doesn't have flash from that earlier mid-play. Pyosik gets in, gets the ult, and you could just stop right here. You could just stop right here and be like, all right, cool, all right, let's go back to lanes, you know, small win.
And they can see this. They have vision everywhere.
Watch this from Raptor. They're all grouped up. He gets the 3-man into the 3-flag drag, and Diablo is like, I'm Xayah, I'm loving it. And then Clear's like, finally, I actually get to touch the champions. I've been bullying a Zahin all game. And, you know, it's a trade back here. Dudu does end up getting the kill, which is big for him. It's a 4-for-2 in the end, but the money just keeps going up for B&K.
Yeah, and I'm just happy that Raptor's back, you know? He had that Neferi play, and we thought that maybe it was just the Raptor time is just the LCK Cup, and that's it. That play, hitting everyone with the flag and drag, just gorgeous, and utilizing the Cataclysm also phenomenally well. So I am very interested to see what he can do with the rest of this game, and then with the interview that we'll have with him after he picks up POM.
I just, you know, I think that it's important to remind people that in-game, you cannot see the gold numbers, right? You could see the dragons in your tab screen, right? You could see the kills, but I don't think DNS were so far behind they needed to hard force there. But now, they certainly are. Maybe they should hard force after this, because now your win cons are so narrow, and your Ezreal no longer has a slight gold lead. It's a gold lead for everyone here for FearX, so yeah, it's a bit of a disaster for Pyosik on that one.
Not a whole lot of fun, as Grim Deliverance is going to try and deliver Dudu to safety, but he doesn't even have the passive charged up. In they go, slicing and dicing, and that is a freebie over to Daystar. Closer here just trying to do what he can to get any money on the map here. Takes some plates and might be able to get this turret, but
I don't think he's going to win the race.
Yeah, it's close to a 4,000 gold lead. It's going to be extended ever further as first brick does go over to FearX. They've got 2 Drakes in pocket, and the next one's going to be up in 40 seconds time.
So many of these team fight wins for FearX have just been straight up defensive ones, punishing DNS. Obviously in the early game, they had a lot of wins around those scrappy fights on bottom side. They won lane, they got prio, and it's crazy that with a lead like this that they have, it's first brick going down now of all times. It just goes to show that they have been winning everywhere. It's not one specific lane they smashed so hard that they're like, okay, we got the turret super early. We have that lead because of it. The lead gets even bigger as we have a fight here.
Yeah, Pop Blossom going to connect onto just Peter, but they're going to turn it onto Pyosik. Oh man, he is just cut up like butter. And Dr. Arm does make it to his turret, but I don't think there's safety there, as they've got all of these Void Mites even coming down. Shelly going to help out the Void Beast just to destroy everything here on the DNS side of the map. Down goes the mid-outer turret, and I don't think they're stopping just yet. We'll see whether it's going to be another charge. And here it is. It's going to be Pyosik was dead. No smite available to stop Shelly in her tracks, and I think they might even continue and take down this inner turret at the same time, moving this gold lead to about 7,000 in pre-20 minutes. That is gigantic. Petrifying Gaze, though, is going to connect onto Daystar, who does have to flash to get himself out of there, but he's going to be held into position by Peter, who does have that quickness running. That's Closer picking up a kill for himself.
The Dragon, though, is getting taken here by Raptor in the interim, so he will get soul point here for B&K, so it's such a small win for DNS of the grand scheme of things. At least they are able to get that. And in Daystar's defense, he had Seraphs already, so he thought he was probably going to be pretty safe to play up that forward. Pyosik here, I want to see this flash. Okay, gets out of Pop Blossom. That's where he used it. I thought he messed up the flash on the Cataclysm at first glance, so There's just too many threats, you know, gets out of
Yeah.
Pop Blossom, but ultimately there's another circle to avoid. Daystar gets caught on the edge of this.
Just on the
honestly,
edge.
he's got Seraphs as well. Like, I can't even blame him.
That was exceptionally close, but he had clicked back towards the Cassiopeia. So I'd say that it's on him. As Raptor will be clearing out the rest of his jungle once again. For me, maybe it's actually a battle between Raptor and Kellen for POM if FearX are able to continue this form throughout this series, because Kellen has had a real resurgence in this series so far. Even if the Nico play was kind of eclectic at the beginning, you know, just kind of ignoring his ultimate, not allowing that one to be the thing that wins the fight and finding that route so beautifully. I think that that moment is just living in my head. But every other Pop Blossom has been such high value from this guy.
Everyone except Duckdom is obviously incredibly low range on this composition here for DNS, so it makes Nico really strong even with her basic abilities when you have this much map control. Diablo has no fear. He has his summoners back up. He has his ultimate, so he can push all the way up to this inner and take it out. Now they can even look to collapse onto Dudu potentially. Dudu needs to be really careful. There's a lot of plates on this turret, but he's going to need some friends if they do go for a potential dive. The topside play here has been the angle for DNS. They're trying to get this top turret and get that bounty. They had a lot of vision up there. Pioshik is shadowing closer, but it's still 4 plates. I don't think they're going to be able to get this, and Diablo's rushing over. They need to leave. In fact, now TP from Clear.
Yeah, Clear going to make his way in. The teleport, the back is going to get stopped here by Pioshik. They're looking for the angle, but Daystar is moving up here. Teleport to come forward from Dudu to deliver him to the fight, as the flash was a little early. Cease and desist does go over that wall. Great quickness there from Peter to hold the Crocodile in place, and he will finally go down, as there's some Grim Deliverance coming on through from Dudu, looking to chase down Daystar, who gets that Seraph shield, and Dudu just has to get out of there. The turret got mad, and the Zahen gonna have to leave, as now the rest of FearX have turned up. Let's see what they can collect as far as stragglers here, as there's the ward going over the wall, and it looks like they are just gonna play it safe.
So this was actually a really good play from DNS. They tricked BNK, because in this moment, I think the correct macro play is what BNK do, is this True Shot Barrage timing. Pretty crazy. They are going to start this Baron and then decide not to do it, which I think is the correct call. Daystar does have his Realm Warp, but they're going to back away. But I think what BNK did to respond to that play there on the top side was actually what almost any team would do, right? And I think they even knew there was a control ward here, so like, all right, Clear's going to come up. We have Pioshik hiding here, and we have the Zahin TP, and they're not going to be able to match the rotation. So this is actually really well played by DNS. Dudu gets in here and pushes on to Daystar, and they win the scrappy fight before Raptor can show up, before Diablo can get here. But it's just too little too late, right? It's the correct play, it's a sick play, but it doesn't lead to a turret take. You know, it almost leads to Dudu's death. And unfortunately, it's just a trade of teleports and a single kill, and that alone is not going to be enough.
Nope. As Daystar might be pushed up a little far considering Pioshik's positioning, but he is a very strong rise at this point in time. He's getting ready to actualize, but does need to complete that item. Diablo as well is looking for item number 3, Infinity Edge, to come through very, very soon on this Xayah. Still has a very large gold advantage, in fact the largest on the Rift thus far, which if you had to quiz me, I'd probably say that it was going to be someone else, as he does pop the cease and desist. As Peter goes in, they're looking for the angle here, as they should be able to take down the Jarvan, and there goes Raptor. Now, Diablo looking for an angle here, but doesn't have the ultimate anymore. Does need to be very careful. It does hold on to his flash.
In 1 minute. I mean, DNS can get some prio here. This turret in the mid lane is really healthy. That's the biggest problem for them, and I don't think they have enough damage to do Baron. They may just send it, though.
They've got a Cassiopeia. She certainly does cut through the Baron very effectively, but FearX, they have everyone else. And now the Pop Blossom comes in, locks up 3 of them. As into the backline goes Peter, they take down Diablo, and Dudu is now playing defense. Daystar loses that shield now, as Kellen trying to do what he can, and Clear's gonna have to get in there if they want to stop this. But Pioshik's alive, he has the smite, and down will go the Baron. The DN Supers, they pull off the heist and get everyone out.
It's an incredible petrifying gaze from Closer that saves the fight. So watch this once again. This is really greedy from Diablo. They have a lot of vision around the left side of the Baron pit and one award above the top, but they just really should not have been this far up. It's ultimately Raptor who pays for his sins. Daystar has an awkward Realm Warp. But watch this Pop Blossom into Closer. So Closer gets caught here. Watch this. Boom.
Oh,
that
my
double
God
saves the game. for DNS, because then they could push them away and now take this Baron, and now suddenly we have a game of League of Legends.
Exactly. Raptor is going to come in and see... Oh, okay. He's going to come in and then he's going to leave. Immediately, they are not going to sacrifice themselves for this one Cloud Drake, and they have Soul Point for the next quite a while, as there were none picked up by DNS earlier, so they did not need to die on that hill.
You and I are on the DNS side of things, but man, we mentioned it earlier, the crowd is lit up right now with this potential comeback, and Closer's even on items with Daystar. You know, he's been ahead on experience for a while now. The Rod of Ages has completed for Daystar. He's just naturally almost a whole level ahead of him. He will have level 16 pretty soon. This feels like a basically dead even game at this point now, as the Zahin starting to become a real threat in team fights. BNK need to be very careful. They're playing still through Prio here against this Baron, getting deep vision set up. There's not that much gold going over to DNS from this Baron just yet, but if they lose a fight, a scrappy fight in the jungle right now, trying to overextend here to try to deny this Baron, DNS really will take over this game, because there's so much standing gold on the map. That mid turret still 5 plates, top turret still available.
Yeah, this is the crazy thing. This Baron can be very high value if the DN Supers can use it correctly. And Dudu going to be rotating up here, looking to try and get a bit of a dive happening towards Diablo. He does have his Featherstorm back available. His Flash is still up. I think this Xayah should be relatively safe, but you can see that Crystalline Overgrowth pops for a fair bit of damage on this outer turret. And the DN Supers, not a whole lot of sieging potential, unfortunately.
Yeah, not quite. And this Baron has kind of been a bit of a weak one in terms of the Red Bull power play, because they didn't have any push in the top lane, mid lane, everyone grouped, and they have decent wave for themselves with this Rise, so...
Yeah, Baron from behind just isn't quite as much of a swing as it used to be, because you do certainly need to collect yourself some map control at the same time.
Ellen's lurking. They do not know about this, but they are going to play safe. Thought perhaps we might see a bit of a Nico engage with that Rocket Belt.
Yeah, another 20 seconds until the Baron has worn off, but you've got Dudu moving it towards the top side of the map. Maybe they can take those last 2 plates from the outer turret. DNS just pick up this wave. You've got another one conga lining, but it's a while away actually. So maybe need to focus towards the top lane without a Baron, as that has just worn off.
BNK, I think, should be willing to give this up. Let this pressure point go. Give the top turret. Do not force a fight here. Even though Raptor has his ultimate, he does not have Flash. They do not have a lot of control. Just let DNS say, okay, all right, look, you have your Baron's gone. You got this top turret. Crystalline Overgrowth going to proc here. Dudu's going to deny some of these minions first, actually. In fact, so he's just going to let it naturally die. Yep, but that's not game-breaking for you. You fight that, lose that fight, that could be. And that's a good moment of restraint here for BNK, for a roster that has very often shown inability to show restraint in critical moments.
The issue that I have, though, Wolf, is that it's now down to a 0 gold lead, basically. 1,000 gold at 26 minutes doesn't really mean much of anything at all.
Basically 0.
And DNS have a pretty fantastic team fighting composition, right? I think Rakan is going to be a little bit more valuable come this stage of the game, given the low range of this FearX composition. And so that quickness really can do a number on the enemy team, especially if Closer's Petrifying Gazes continue to be as good as they have been.
And some of the fights, I mean, really most of the fights that BNK won to get us to this lead were those defensive ones I was talking about, those punishing ones, and Raptor was able to get, 3-man Cataclysm, 3-man Flag Drag, punishing the mistakes and the overextensions of DNS in skirmishes, but in 5v5s, they haven't really won a single fight just yet.
Ooh, okay. We're going to look for a little bit of a fight angle. A cease and desist onto Raptor. True Shot Barrage does come down as well, as there's the Blast Cone Closer. Even getting a Twin Fang over onto this Jarvan, as Daystar has to get himself out of there. In the meantime, though, Dudu is just completely obliterated. And Daystar, yeah, you're not going to be Realm Warping out of the Miasma. That will hold you in your tracks. As Peter might be dying, never mind, is going to survive for the moment. But now, the rest of the Sharks are circling here. There's a flash in from Clear. Petrifying Gaze once again, but the Pop Blossom's even better this time, though. Dr. is able to stand his ground, and Diablo is looking to dive forward and put them down. He had so much money, and finally he has an opportunity to spend it. As Dr. is trying to run his way out, does get the Arcane Shift, but I have a feeling they are prolonging the inevitable as the slice from Clear comes through, and Diablo is able to lock him down. That's the ace for FearX, and we were a little bit worried after that Baron went the way of DNS, but FearX find their angle once again.
Daystar draws so much pressure in this fight. To me, he actually wins this fight for them, because look at how much damage he does. Raptor escapes escapes. He has so much mobility, and he just basically baits him, gets the exhaust, while the Zahin is just like, oh, I seem to have teleported onto the wrong side of the fight.
Well, the rest of his team just left him to die.
And Daystar is just like the Pied Piper, man. Or what's the guy who plays the flute and they follow him? I don't know who that is, what story that is, but anyway.
Yeah, that's the Pied Piper.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought, but
I think.
Anyway, he was the Pied Piper in this metaphor. They followed him, and then this fight is just impossible for DNS to win, right? But it's a beautiful engage from Kellen this time around. And then Ducktom just gets trolled by everything. He barely escapes the pullback here, but the Raptor's like, I got speed up from the Scuttle Crab. Doesn't have red buff, but it does not matter because he's got a kite back. Diablo's got red buff. He's wrapping around. Clear is here. There's no way out.
Yeah, Ducktom just felt like he might just try to kill the Zyre on his way out. That wasn't going to work. We do have everyone back on the map, though. And Cloud Soul has been picked up for BFX, which you can imagine as far as a team like this is concerned, they probably like the run fast streak. It allows you to just start even more fights. And they're going to do so as Dudu is just dead. Not a whole lot of answer there.
Yeah. Daystar is so tanky with the Seraphs and the Rod of Ages that I don't think you should be chasing the Rise there.
No.
It's the TLDR on that last fight. Now we're going into Baron where Dudu is not here. Pioshik does not have Flash. He is Vi, but I don't know if he really even gets an opportunity for a 50-50.
No teleport option from Dudu as well after that 30 seconds. So the Baron is just going to get destroyed. Realm Warp to come through as well as Kellen finds another gorgeous flank. Clear gets on top of them. It's a triple for Diablo. As it's like he's knocking over dominoes, man. The setup from this team is so much better in this series.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'm leaning Kellen right now, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Great from both of them.
18 out of 20 as well. I mean, it's 19 out of 20 for Raptor, so if you're going to do it based on kill participation, maybe he gets it, but
Diablo
I'm still feeling Kellen
as the 80 carry, pretty crazy.
Yep, it's a good point. That's all right, Ducktom just going to try to convince them to leave his Nexus turrets alone. I just don't think they're going to listen to this Ezreal who's 5,000 gold behind. Never you mind. Now it's Diablo just going to put him in his place, and there will go those Nexus turrets. BFX, maybe it is time for us to welcome them back to the LCK after their brief hiatus as they put their second game win on the board.
Now, they did beat DNS, who's just one place above them, right? This is not them toppling a top 3 team or anything like that, but the performance we saw makes you wonder if they could have against this draft, against anybody else, because the way they fought those scrappy skirmishes, the way they played the Jarvan Nico was incredible. They had winning lanes, right? Like, the Rise doesn't just auto win against Cassiopeia, but Daystar was putting the pressure on, was able to roam around, go to the bottom side, get the bottom lane ahead, top lane wins naturally. Then we saw invade of the jungle from Raptor early to put his opposition behind, and Pioshik just really couldn't play the game. I will give DNS credit for the top side play that they made, the trap they set there. Some of those scrappy fights we had through the mid game, which felt like they should not have been able to win. They played well. Closer had some incredible ults in this one, but the Rakan didn't do anything. The Zahin never came online. Pioshik was not able to engage. He was playing Vi into this Xayah pick that absolutely popped off. Top damage in the game here for Diablo, as you'd expect. And it's looking good here. Looked a little shaky for a moment, but I think that was good play from DNS. But BFX on top of it here.
You're looking really, really good. Also, Kellen's damage looking pretty good, doing about as much as Dudu in the end of the game. Absolutely incredible stuff. His Nico has always been pretty good, but that was a step ahead, I think, of what we were expecting out of Kellen after some difficult matches over the last few. This is a brilliant bounce back from this squad. They're going to have to keep it up as we go to a short break. When we get back to space, going to break that one down, and then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you there.
미즈 집이야 이거.
미즈 노플이야.
이 큐에 나 연기할 거야.
천천히 하자, 천천히.
나 기다려줘.
천천히 할게.
천천히 하자, 맞지 말고.
가인 2 한번.
나 가인이 있어.
그냥 자인 들어오는 거 W 막을게. 천천히 하자.
나 이제 큐 계속 피할게. 나 힐 있어.
기다려. 나 아직 홍 안 돼.
자인.
아 나이스. 좋은데?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the space here, as it is B&K FearX getting themselves the first game win and possibly their first series win. A great start for them. Tegon here alongside the Valdanalist and Wadid to break down that last game. B&K FearX 1-0 over the Dan Automotive Supers.
And my boy Daystar is back. He comes in, picks up the Rise, and absolutely smashes it. Does get caught a couple times, but he was just baiting them. The Pied Piper, as Wolf was saying. But yeah, you know, it was a little bit shaky there in the middle of that game, but FearX got it done.
Sure, your boy Daystar, but also my boy Diablo. Now he's back with his support. I think we can literally see it from our highlight one, because I think this is the playstyle that we really want to see. Kalin playing aggressive with his Diablos, so they get the insane early lead from the early game from the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, you give Diablo anything, and he will look to carry it. Love the root, obviously, from Kellen, but Diablo right in position to get even more aggro, and it was followed up by even more pressure. Another fantastic root and aggression, and just how FearX always love to do. They look to pressure the bottom side, get Diablo ahead, and they go for an excellent dive here as well.
This is what we were missing from BNK. I mean, I think they've been trying a lot of just prior AD carries, something like Ashe and Jhin, but it didn't work out. But for this time, I think the way how they played is just when they played good in LCK Cup.
Yeah, Valdez, you did say how we always see them play. Not recently. B&K FearX have shied away from that bot lane focus to the mid lane, and that man in the mid lane, Daystar, did get focused early on by DNS.
My boy Daystar beats him in mid lane. And they do go a little bit quick into that one. Love the miasma, by the way, from Closer. He tried his best, stopped the Kellen ultimate to really dominate this fight, but they were still able to. It kind of looked like DNS kind of got caught in there in the mid lane in that fight, and you know, chasing them down with the Rise is always an easy thing to do.
I mean, I think he was the difference maker, Daystar. Definitely, I think we could see the coordination around him on the mid lane. So I think that's the reason why they could have the huge lead from the early game.
Yeah, so great start for B&K FearX, but so many times this season we've seen a team take an early lead and then struggle to close it on out. And so we've got WaTV here to break down why and how this happens.
So there are so many comebacks. So you might think, oh wow, teams are so boosted.
Oh wow.
How can you throw the game? But in fact, I'm gonna explain how you can actually see the window to come back when you're really behind. So you can literally see it from here. Like the goal difference in this timer is really huge, right? And also you can see like they're so fat right now, so you can't, you feel like you can't really take the fight, but in fact you have to understand the item power spike. So here, even though B&K are really far ahead, they are not finished the third item yet, and now they actually finished the second item, DNS, so they actually have the window to take the fight. So the difference between like just 2 item and 2.5 item is not that a big deal. So this is the only window that DNS could look for the fight. So you can actually roll the clip from here now. So they now just understand they didn't get the third item yet. So that's why they're looking for the fight in the mid lane, and they could get it because, as I explained, the item's power spike is the thing. So they didn't get the third item. They got the team fight. They got the Nashor. So because of that, DNS could get the Nashor, and after that they could actually get the Drake as well. So even though, so after this situation, B&K actually gets the third item, but you can pause here now. So you can literally see they finished the third item from their mid lane and their AD carry. But now, what can you do though? You don't have the Nashor, you don't have the Drake. So DNS could actually see the window. Huge comeback. They can actually farm for 5 minutes from now on. So you can actually have a comeback from the early game. You kind of fell behind, but I think this was such a great play from DNS. Even though like B&K kind of finished well with their leads, but yeah, this is the reason why you can actually come back for the game.
WaTV there breaking it down again. Just good understanding of item breakpoints. And of course, at that AD carry role, right? You don't have the IE done yet. You can get the fight back on in if you are DNS. However, B&K FearX get themselves the victory. DNS fans hoping for a 3-game series. We'll see what happens here with game number 2.
Thank Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And I need to correct myself because I was a little bit intrigued as to why the flash didn't happen from Kellen. I didn't realize he was standing on Miasma. He wasn't able to do that anyway. So that's a cute one. Thank you very much, Valdez, for breaking that one down alongside talking about his boy Daystar. Man, I remember when it was his boy Daystar every time.
Yeah, it was his boy Daystar like that one time.
His Boy Star Day.
Boy Star Day.
Yeah.
It was that one day where it was his Boy Star, and
yeah,
he got POM actually against DNF. In fact, so
there you go.
He's back for the Supers again. They may no longer be freaks, but he's still after him.
Yeah, maybe that's what they subbed him in for, because he just has, you know, the way.
He's the soup specialist.
The soup specialist, indeed.
Much like Mauhaus.
Maybe he's been watching a lot of Ratatouille or something recently. I don't know. I'm gonna have to get prepared for that as my son gets older. You too, as well.
I've got a list of movies, but still years away.
Yeah, I imagine. Where's Ratatouille on the list?
It's pretty high up.
Yeah, really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know, but I'm looking for more classic, like pre-Pixar. Okay, Beauty and the Beast.
Oh yeah.
Pocahontas.
You got to make sure that you go through the classics. The same as video games as well. Start them off. It has to be like SNES is like the latest.
You gotta like anything they're watching needs to be best viewed on a 4x3. Screen.
Yeah.
Then later they
and any video games has to be played on a CRT monitor. It's just going to be playing Smash Melee. Anyway, let's get into the draft here as we have some League of Legends prepared for you.
My daughter will only low latency.
Yeah, exactly right.
No streaming, a wired connection to the TV. Connected with component cables.
Yeah. They want any friends to come over. They're not playing online. Nope, it's LAN parties or nothing. If they're going to play League of Legends, offline League of Legends. We need a tournament client.
I'm going to get on Discord. No, you're going to call with a rotary phone.
I need your CAN and string ready, okay? Otherwise, you're not communicating. All right, Rumble going to be taken away as well. We do have the Varus Karma and the Pantheon all taken away here as first pick for the DN Supers. I find it kind of weird that they have banned away all of the sort of must-ban champions when they could have got one.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they're going to plan for, because last time they went for the early Ezreal, which was fine, but we weren't super happy with the Rakan follow-up. Ziggs.
That's a ban.
Yeah, kind of telling that they might want to look for a Lulu lane here.
And also maybe sensing the fear, as Ziggs is kind of like a no, I do not want to lane against you type champion, and there's not that many of them in the game.
Closer's like, well, he won't be playing Ziggs mid lane into this.
Haha!
He may be playing LeBlanc into this, which has kind of been the new hot counter pick, which Closer already played into, I believe it was Faker's, no, it was Scout's Azir, actually.
Yep.
And had a great success with, but we'll see what the response is going to be here, because my expectation is one of those Yunara Lulu lanes could be quite strong here. You don't necessarily have to get both right now. Go for the Xin Zhao first is what they're looking at. So a bit of a different look. Oh, Ashe Seraphine also.
Yeah, that's a good one. And Seraphine Xin Zhao is actually a fair bit of power, similar to that of Karma Xin or a Lulu Xin. Just any enchanter with a Xin Zhao feels very, very good.
Any really beefy jungler is going to give you the ability to extend your ultimate as well very easily in skirmishes as the Seraphine, so the encore value goes up.
Well, let's see what the answer is going to be, because they could pick away the Ashe if they would like to. We've seen Ashe sort of deviate, but instead, Pyoshik thinking about his favorite champ as the Lee Sin will be locked away.
I don't know how to feel about this Lee Sin pick. It keeps winning in these types of situations, so even though I'm not super high on it as a meta pick, you know, if you have a lot of mastery of it, it gives you a lot of playmaking, and it can play around Seraphine's annoying roots really well because it's super mobile. You could just kind of outplay and ward hop your way into getting access to the back line.
Yeah,
you like that.
You also have a massive amount of displacement, right, with the Emperor's Divide and the Dragon Rage kick. So that can be a high amount of value, as the Ambassador is going to be locked in here for Dudu. No ambiguity there, as obviously Ashe Seraphine does need to be locked away now, otherwise they won't get it, and that is exactly what they're going to pick away. So now solo lane's required here for FearX, and it's a bottom lane that the DN Supers need to put together.
The scariest thing, man, when you're laning into Ashe Seraphine and they can protect it with 2 bans, it's like, good luck getting a lane you want to play. They already banned Ziggs, by the way. Now they can ban away the Mel. There's no Varus here.
So maybe it's like just
Nico's
L
Fearless
Nautilus
Band?
or something? Because like Nautilus is one of these picks that does want to kind of hard engage into this lane. The other thing that we've seen into Ashe Seraphine is Zeri Yuumi.
You could just ban Zeri and be like, nah, I'm not playing around that. I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, and I don't want to see it either.
Bard is the last range support that could have been played into this lane.
I mean, unless you could play Nami, I guess. I mean, that's the only other one.
Nami
outside of the Lulu.
Corki, I guess, could be a thing. It works well with the Ambessa. They could try to set up a Lulu lane here because they have the Ambessa engage. It works well with Lee Sin. So that's somebody to consider. Yeah, and the fact that Annie is still up, too, here for Daystar, potentially. By the way, he played Annie in that series against DNF so long ago. It was really fringe back then, now quite strong of a pick. So see what Clear wants to play here into this Ambessa. I'll just look for the Yorick. Which is also really good with Seraphine.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting one. I feel like Yorick can actually teamfight a little bit better when you do have the Seraphine there. All right, Jin going to be locked in for Doctom. I'll pass. I'm feeling like we might be getting to the KT Bro series early. I don't like Jin. All right, well, Peter, what is he going to be picking alongside it? Maybe this is the Peter carry lane. Never mind, it's Jin Rel.
This feels frankly so doomed.
Yeah.
I don't, like, we don't even know what Daystar is playing yet. There's a few counter picks available here for this Azir. I don't think this is really an Akali draft, but Silas honestly feels pretty good here even. Like, I suppose he's just going to say, you know what, I will play Akali anyways.
Yeah, I think Akali would be kind of fine. You're stepping away from a lot of the team fighting that the Ashe Seraphine can kind of provide you, but what it also provides is a lot of single target pick, and you can do a lot of damage.
I have
the Akali.
My reservations though, because I would have liked to see something that has a little bit more health, a little bit more frontline for this Ashe Seraphine. I mean, they have the Xin Zhao already, but they could have looked for something a little bit more aggressive. Even like a Yone pick here I would have liked more, because you're also playing Akali into Lee Sin. So yeah, this pick feels a bit ego-oriented to me. It is great in the individual 1v1, but it's closer, and he knows both sides of this matchup very well. He would have also slammed the Akali in this situation 100%.
Oh, yeah.
So I think this can work, but this is really the big Daystar test, right? If Daystar pops off here, then I think he has passed his LCK return with flying colors.
Yeah, and we have to remember, it was this exact matchup that Vikla solo killed Chovy back in the LCK Cup. So, if Daystar can do it, maybe he has deserved the replacing spot of Vikla, and it's almost definitely not going to be Vikla's year anymore. But there is a chance the DN Supers can bring us to a game number 3. I do have to remind everyone that whenever I'm here, it's at least 5 games, right? So maybe that's what's going to seal the deal here for the DN Supers. All right, the DN Supers have got to win one. Their fans are so loud here in Chichik Park. So hopefully they can utilize that and get themselves the victory. I don't think it's going to have anything to do with whether I'm commentating or not. I don't think that really dictates much.
How do we feel, you know, when I look at this matchup in the bottom lane and I see Ducktom has cleanse, I'm like, well, there's a lot to cleanse in this 2v2, you know?
Yeah.
But that's kind of also why I don't know if cleanse is even better. Maybe you should just barrier and stand your ground because you're not walking away.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, cleanse does give you added tenacity afterwards as well.
Yeah.
So if you cleanse the first one, the next one's not going to be as bad.
It's also good for stray arrow catches. Like if you end up getting arrowed while you're ulting, you can walk away from a lot of different things, maybe escape a Daystar follow-up. But my point is that this lane is incredibly doomed. Yeah. And the Ashe Seraphine was picked in a situation where they could protect it with bans, and there just wasn't really any good choice to be made here for DNS outside of the Zeri Yuumi that you mentioned. And even that doesn't feel like a good choice, but it feels like one of our top bottom lanes can absolutely pilot. And these are defending world finalists here in Ducktom and Peter, but they opt not to go for it. And instead, another one of these wonky Peter Rel situations where I think it's buffed, you know, it's still okay. It's not a bad champ, but good luck.
Yeah, it's not going to do anything in this lane. This lane should be entirely doomed, and I imagine the DN Supers just want to play around elsewhere on the map. The problem with that is that Daystar has a decent matchup, especially once he gets a few levels in him. We saw already was trading pretty well with that Electrocute. And Clear's Yorick just kind of wants an isolated lane there towards the top side. So let's see whether the DN Supers can actually play around that. Raptor moving in, looking to try and take away this red buff as Raptor, he's got Smite. I mean, this is just going to be claimed, and he also gets the Wind Becomes Lightning towards Pyosik, who misses his Sonic Wave. Xin Zhao
so
already bullying the Lee Sin out of the jungle.
I just look at the lanes. You have a counter matchup in all three. And like, you had counter pick in the third one, but there just weren't good picks to counter it with. So, because it's Ashe Seraphine, and it's game 2. Pyosik's gonna get spotted as well.
Oh dear. Okay, well, the old doubling down on a losing situation here as Pyosik gonna have to walk his way out, does get tagged as he, oh, the flash from Raptor wanted to get in range of the extra range of the Audacious Charge. Is Daystar going to be used as a taxi for Pyosik to get himself out of there? It does actually take a fair bit of damage from the Resonating Strike.
I mean, Pyosik made a really risky call and looked like he was about to be hard punished, but then we found out that all of the BNK members nearby just hadn't tied their shoes and subsequently tripped over their shoelaces.
Yeah.
He just was like, I knew I was fine the whole time, didn't even have to flash.
I'm not sure who was like under the desks tying all those shoelaces together, but they need to thank them.
Yeah, that was very fortunate for Pyosik, let's say.
All right, well, as the dust settles, it is just going to be the entire game kind of evening out. Still, doesn't really tell us very much about how this one's going to go, because like you were talking about before, if you're a FearX fan, you're very happy about what these lanes look like, and I don't see when it gets better.
Well, luckily for DNS, Daystar was really the biggest victim of that exchange and actually lose a lot of lane control. So he's going to have to TP back, so Closer gets some control there, and we'll have a TP advantage, has a large health advantage. Akali is fairly weak in lane early, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
This is not a good thing.
Yeah, Doctom takes a lot of damage. We do have Lee Sin making his way in as Pyosik comes down. There's a crash down as well as Diablo has to flash, but he's still dead. And that is going to be the 4th bullet. Doctom going to spend a little bit of time reloading before he does shoot Kellen one more time, but that is a fantastic first kill here from the DN Supers. And that's exactly what I was just going to say. DNS at least have the engage advantage.
Yeah, and Lee Sin was there. Pyosik went exactly where he needed to be. He beelined it to that bottom lane. He didn't realize it was as close as he was. I knew he was heading down. But not only do they get the kill, they get the flash off of Diablo as well. As Doctom is just hard baiting them here. They heal back to where Pyosik is. And then it's this engage here from Peter into the flourish, into the follow-up from Pyosik. And he probably shouldn't have flashed, honestly. Well, or flashed the initial CC there from Peter.
Yeah. Worked out very, very well, though. Doctom now has some Swifty boots as well, so going to be feeling a lot more happy, and there's a lot of slows in this bottom lane, so understandable that he is going to go for that one as Shuriken backflip connects onto Closer, but you can see a bit more of an invade here as another Shattering Strike from Peter, who's all over the map right now. Raptor getting taken down so low, and they want to give the kill to Closer. They will be successful.
Are we sure that's not Kanavi? Like, I mean, it's literally Kanavi I'm watching right now, both of these games. And it comes with the good and it comes with the bad.
Yeah, it certainly does.
I don't know who studied whose VODs, but I feel like Kanavi kind of did it first. Either way, we know Raptor is his playstyle, but what's going on?
Well, it was a Raptor pit, Wolf. So obviously he thinks that that's his. It was not. Just great roam down from Peter. Obviously this is a timing where the supports are there, but Peter gets there a little bit earlier. And now everyone on DNS has a slight gold advantage, even towards the top side of the map. Dudu actually having a pretty good time on the Ambessa at this stage of the game. I don't know whether that is going to continue throughout, as the Yorick does tend to find angles later on if nothing is there to stop him. But still, so far so good here for the DN Supers, looking to try and extend this series.
Well, the Ashe Seraphine is no longer just auto-winning.
No.
And you have an Azir that's scaling that has an extra kill. The Jhin already has Swifties. Feeling, honestly, pretty fantastic if you're DNS. With this draft, you probably went into this game feeling like, well, this is going to be tough, but maybe we can pull this off. So far, they are.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good, but that's level 6 for Clear. Dudu does have a level advantage, doesn't feel like it. As Clear just going to bonk him one more time with his shovel. And the Maiden does need to leave, but it's not going to. Dudu just going to grab that 50 gold.
It do be hard to save the Maiden. She does as she pleases.
Yeah, I don't think he disconnected her, though, so... There's the flash forward. Okay, Ghoulies! looking to try and take down Dudu, and they're not going to be able to do so. So Flash traded here in this top lane as Clear retains some control, but it is getting a little spicy.
Yeah, it's those ghoulies were complaining about, you know, mobility creep, but like, let's be honest, ghoulies, you've got some of the highest mobility of any summon out there.
Yeah.
Clear, I don't think could actually push this any further, especially with that whiff, but at least gets the plate, so his aggressive trade does end up coming up big. He also has a call that's sitting on half, basically, of stacks right now in his inventory, so he's going to become a big side lane threat later on. So that's good for BNK, because everything else is not looking as good as it could have and should have, I think, in this game. I mean, beyond, like, Raptor flashing and failing to get Pioshik, Daystar taking all that damage, it felt like a domino effect, and then Pioshik was like, oh, I had a rough early game, I could not kill my jungle camps, but I got the bottom lane online, and they have so much tempo in this game now, DNS do. Despite Dudu struggling up here on the top side, he's going to get his teleport back. Let's see, though, if he gets punished before then.
Yeah, Clear going to make his way out. Was being very patient in that brush. But will now just pick up this wave as it heads on through. And it is going to be a bit of a reset here for Dudu.
Get away with it.
Here in this bottom lane, will just be pushing another wave forward. Peter finally making his way back down to join Doctorm, but you can see, I mean, I think after this wave is taken, Doctorm should be even, at least. Deadly Flourish going to help lock down that cannon as well as Kellen taking a fair bit of damage. The arrow connects. No cleanse to come through. Finally, he presses it as the encore comes in. As Raptor looking to punish him further. Peter, how much defense can you play here? Shattering Strike goes entirely wide. And Doctorm actually surviving for a long time. Needs the flash as now the cavalry has arrived. And the DN Supers, they will be killing Raptor. The question is, what more can they get? And the answer is nothing. It is just going to be another kill over to the Azir.
If Closer had TP, this would feel even better, but he doesn't quite have it just yet, so we'll miss a wave here in the mid lane. But he picks up his second kill of the game, and this is, I think, unfortunately for the side of FearX, just not enough of an advantage game. They commit so much to this. Doctorm is also so calm, cool, and collected here, almost is able to avoid the encore, not quite able to, decides not to flash and instead cleanse that ultimate. And because he's Jhin, he's fairly durable here, so he can just hold on to his flash, ends up getting the flourish first, forces Raptor to flash, and the whole time the team is rotating over, Daystar does not have prio to stop Closer's rotation in, so the Azir shows up, and he is the one who picks up the second kill here, thanks to the turret.
Yep, I have to say, shout out to Pioshik for not pressing Q again. Just allowed his Azir to pick up the kill. So now Closer, a lot of responsibility in this game. He really needs to make sure that he puts that money to work. Currently, the CS margin is not something worth talking about, but those couple of kills providing him with the largest gold lead in this game. And an Azir can absolutely take control. We just haven't necessarily seen it do so so far this season. As the DN Supers lock down this dragon, Hextech does go their way. Next one going to be an Infernal. We'll see what the Soul is going to be after that. Orcs is watching from home today, so hopefully he's paying attention so we don't get a Chemtech.
Yeah, we will see about that.
Yeah.
As down here on the bottom side, looks like a back was stopped, but it's a split here as Peter does get his back off and is in fact going to roam up to the top side right now. And you know, this is a potential angle to punish this Yorick if they can actually set up. There's a lot of vision here, including that Scuttle Crab. So I think Clear should be able to get away with this. It's really the only thing right now happening aggressively on the map. Oh, I say it, he gets ulted.
Yeah, Public Execution comes down, and now Dudu able to hold him in position here. In goes Pioshik. He can find the kick if he would like to, and doesn't even need it. Just Resonating Strike going to take down the Yorick, and Pioshik is really taking control this game. 1-0-3, 100% kill contribution so far. And this is what Elysian needs to do in the early game, but man, Pioshik, this is looking like one of his real hard carry Lee Sin games. And after what Ona did earlier on in the week, we know what this champion's capable of if you are able to get that snowball rolling. And Pioshik certainly no stranger to that in some of his games in the past. Let's see whether that can continue here to bring us to a third game.
Yeah, that is the real win con here. I mean, the punish there was quite swift, and even though he had vision in the river, they were able to skirt that, and the engage range of the Ambessa is just so long that Clear thinks he's safe. Raptor's heading in the same direction, but he still gets caught by the edge of the ultimate there, and it's really easy to come follow up for the punish. Not the end of the world here by any means for FearX, but I think there are bigger problems in the mid lane, right? And this A-Star Akali pick has not yet popped off, and from behind it's even tougher to play it.
Looking to try and get a little bit of an angle here as Raptor finds the wind becomes lightning, but he doesn't really want to be fighting this, as in goes the Akali. Gets thrown underneath the turret, though, as Closer flashes to get himself out of the way. Pyoshik is so close to dead, but Daystar unable to finish them off just yet. Great arrow, I believe, from downtown, connects onto Dudu, but unfortunately there is not quite enough follow-up here from Clear, as Deadly Flourish comes on through here. Now, DNS has a little bit of extra control, you could say, in this bottom side, without that Enchanted Crystal Arrow there for the lane. But still, it was a decent little attempt from Diablo.
Yeah, and I mean, in this bottom lane, Diablo is trying his best to make an impact, right? He drops the arrow top side here, but they're so far behind right now. And Duckdom is ready to hold his own in this 2v2. Now, in the mid lane, some shenanigans happened, right? Daystar wasn't able to finish off those kills, but they have Closer's flash. His ultimate is down. I think that's probably my angle if I'm Raptors, to try to make a pass up there and try to shut down this Azir and get Daystar online, because you're going to need that Akali to pop off in some of these mid-game fights. Otherwise, this draft just never really gets off the ground. And instead, Closer's just going to get away with this. He's farming his jungle, and the Azir will get a free back. Doesn't have TP, but will be able to get back to lane just fine.
Yep. Picks up some cool shoes there as well. So feeling pretty good on the Azir thus far. Ghostblade now done here for Duckdom. It's going to be a while before he has any items that make us feel happy. But we'll see how the Jhin is going to do. Currently, much better than I was expecting, but I never have very high expectations for the Jhin, just in general. So certainly still looking good. Clear, looking for a bit of an angle towards Dudu. Guliwall goes entirely wide. By entirely, I mean tried to lock down an Mbessa, and that is basically impossible.
Yeah, pretty tough, pretty mobile. This group up here for BNK, it's not really going to be able to initially get the Mbessa, but they're trying to force a skirmish here. The Akali has Prio in mid, and this is exactly where Daystar wants to be, is in a fight like this. They have a lot of vision to see his rotation up. He's already been pinged twice, so I think this group was a good idea if DNS took the bait and opted into the fight, but ultimately they will just back away, and we just kind of reset. But now you have a Yorick laning into this Fed Azir on the bottom side of the map, and you know, I don't want to say like I told you so or anything about this Akali pick, because it hasn't really been about Daystar making mistakes or the Akali itself necessarily, but now the Akali is in a situation where it can't do things, whether it's his fault or not, which in my opinion it's not. I just don't know like what comes next here for this BNK composition. The Ashe Seraphine is incredibly strong in team fights still, but if DNS get the second dragon, it gives them so much flexibility.
Yeah, I do think that, I mean, the FearX comp can play 4-1 pretty comfortably. They are decent in team fights as well behind Raptor with Kellen. They're augmenting him. I think there is still definitely a lot of ways to play. I think that the DN Supers needed this in order to make this composition work. And the thing is, it's working, right? And they'll be able to get behind Pyoshik now that he's this strong. Even though he doesn't exactly have a gold advantage, this Lee Sin is still able to do a whole lot of work. And we know that when Pyoshik's feeling it, he looks absolutely fantastic. So now looking for a little bit of an angle towards the Rift Herald, perhaps on either side, as Dudu, in fact, is feeling very happy after he was assisted by Pyoshik earlier on, and is actually able to hold his own. Hits the Eclipse, feels fantastic. There is a Trinity Force done for Clear, but I still feel like the Mbessa is in a great spot. We know what Dudu can do with a champion like this.
The cleanse just makes it so hard for Kellen and Diablo to actually do anything alone here to Duckdom. Like, we were joking about it in the lane, but Diablo had an angle to arrow, but he's like, it's just not even worth it. Like, he's just going to cleanse it, and now I'm going to be down my arrow. So perhaps a different target would be advised as Duckdom pulls out the ultimate.
Yeah, curtains have been called here as Diablo should be able to walk away. They do land all of the bullets into them, but a lot of it is just shielded by this Seraphine. As the Maiden is taken down, a bit of extra money over to Duckdom on this Jhin. He now has a fourth shot at the ready. Kellen looking for an angle as the beat drop goes wide. There is the encore onto only Pyoshik, but that might be enough as Raptor dives on top of him, and it's Daystar that takes him down. Dudu gets into that backline, but he's looking in so much trouble, and that is Diablo locking up that kill as well. And FearX find a fantastic team fight.
The encore just narrowly clips Pyoshik there, but they're able to front to back it as soon as he goes down. And this team fighting composition, it isn't even fully online just yet, but it does end up getting a big win here, and the kill going over to Daystar there is actually huge. He's even going to get some additional plate gold here on the top side of the map.
That's a great answer. Let's have a look at it one more time.
Look at Pioshik here. He's trying to play around this front line here, and Duckdom cleanses, but he actually just walks back in and gets caught by the Encore. Now, Peter here has flash and ult, but the fight's already over. He decides to go on to Daystar, but he has too much mobility. I think if Peter's able to hit the core of FearX here with a flash ultimate, maybe he could have turned things around, but it was basically too late after Pioshik was caught there.
Yeah, never really found an angle, and now FearX have themselves close to a 2,000 gold lead, and it feels like they're sort of back in business. Tempo vibes moving back their way. As DNS, it was a decent early game attempt, but now turrets are falling all over the place. And you can see even Closer having to forfeit his position on this top side. Raptor roving up there, making things look good. And this Xin Zhao is actually very far ahead, has farmed up an absolute storm.
Yeah, really going for the... It's Kanavi, man. It's a Titanic build and everything. But here's another opportunity, but they miss it.
The backflip comes through. Daystar actually looks for the opportunity, flashes. He just needs to hit the ulti, but the kick comes through. There's the flash out from Closer, and Daystar will be punished. But man, he got so incredibly close. The arrow is going to follow up, and maybe Daystar bought enough time. Down goes Peter, but the bullets from downtown will be able to take out Raptor here. It's a double for Diablo on the other side of the fight as finally the Jin is able to walk his way up. But I don't think him and Pioshik will be able to do this. Kellen is there for so much added protection. Still, they're looking for an angle as the captive audience comes on through. And Diablo, you can see he really just wants to shoot arrows at them. But they are going to play it safe for now.
That ended up going a lot better, I think, for the side of FearX than it could have with the aggressive play there from Daystar. And they are unable to get the turret here, so a lot of control to them on the top side of the map, but they just do not actually convert. This here is where a famous ex-LCK commentator would say either, that's Rise Group, baby, or perhaps more appropriately, that's Challengers, baby. As Daystar just goes in here, and then Raptor is like, all right, well, let's make it happen. The arrow comes through, and they keep forcing. Pioshik is able to try to turn this one back around. Closer goes in onto Diablo for some reason as well, and then Kellen's trying to block the Q. Very funky engage. Very much could have gone way worse if Daystar died a little bit faster there. Yeah, but he kind of bought enough space for that to work out. Diablo's a madman and doesn't have to use his sums and still kills Closer because Closer thinks he has the damage to kill him, but he doesn't. That was weird. But anyway, let's go back to the Dragon. It's the second Dragon of the game here, 20 minutes.
That's a really long time.
BNK are like, all right, let's stop doing the dumb fighting and do the objectives. That seems good.
Well, let's see whether DNS are going to try and stop them. It looks like that is not going to happen because this Dragon is not lasting very long at all. So they do manage to secure that. There is vision here, so DNS do know what's going on as it's another Cloud Soul. Is it my birthday? It's a month away. No, it's a month away.
No, I thought it was a May thing,
Yeah, it used to be right in the middle of MSI, but now MSI's dates have changed, so I get my birthday back. It's absolutely fantastic. Fun fact, it's also Bull from Loud's birthday as well.
Yeah.
Formerly of the LCK, so there you go.
That makes you very happy.
It does. I'll let him know that it was my birthday first.
True.
Just to be clear.
I've always wanted to tell SK Telecom Wolf that I was Wolf first as well.
Yeah. Yeah. But, you know, are we sure about that?
He doesn't come up if you search Wolf StarCraft, okay? As this is a Baron start, and there's just nobody on DNS anywhere near it. They had no vision here.
Oh, Pioshik does spot it. So the Baron is likely going to get turned from. Never mind, the rest of FearX are turning up. They might just be going for a flip. Pioshik kind of likes it when you do that, though, so I'd be a little bit frightened. Now Clear possibly caught on the angle, but the arrow is going to connect. The Encore comes in, but unfortunately Dudu gets himself out of the way. The curtains have been called. Down goes Dudu in the end as Closer looks to push Daystar away and joins the rest of his team. The Baron has reset, but Raptor's going in, looking for the angle, and it's the volley that takes down Peter. And now, without Dudu, without Peter, it should be a free Baron over to FearX.
This is, let's just say it, you know? Akali, Yorick, doesn't really matter. You know, the Ashe Seraphine,
Seraphine,
what's doing it. Ashe Seraphine, Xin Zhao. You got a front line for this bottom duo. They will just do whatever you want. You got Prio on Baron, they'll do whatever you want. Now they're going to try to hold this as Pioshik does not have flash, but he is Lee Sin, but I just don't think there's any way he gets access here.
Yeah, Closer doesn't have ulti either. He does dash cannon and shifts some sands to try and get himself out, but they hold on to the Baron aggro. Teleport in from Dudu. They are doubling down on this one as Pioshik tries to get out, but there's a 5-point strike from Daystar. He does help grab the kill onto Closer at the same time as Dudu desperately wants to be relevant, but he misses the public execution. Peter finds his first Magnustorm, it feels like, of the game, but then immediately dies, and the DN Supers are forced back, the Baron in hand of FearX, and I think this might be their first match win of the season.
It's very likely at this point, as Clear just decides to humiliate DNS at the end of that fight. Oh boy, poor Dudu. Not looking like his year in this one.
He might be able to kill Clear.
Okay, revenge opportunity.
Oh God! He's arrowed to death! Oh, in Skyrim it doesn't do that much damage. It just goes into your knee and you're bothered by it, you know?
I was just thinking of Teen Girl Squad from Homestar Runner. Arrowed! That's an old reference. But anyway, this fight is pretty tough to win, right? Because you're playing a bunch of melees here, trying to get access into Ash Seraphine. Look at Kellen. He's like, yeah, well, I'm not afraid. You guys just keep fighting. I'll just keep, speeding you up, healing you, shielding you. And then Peter has to flash away. Not going to get away. And then on the follow-up here, it's desperation at best. Like you said, they double down on it. They see the loss in their eyes, and they're like, we have to fight this. We cannot give over the Baron. And then finally, Daystar actually does have a play to make in this one, as he is able to hit the backflip here on the Pioshik and delete him. Closer has no ultimate, no peel. That's 2 dead. And I want to see this where he humiliates them.
Oh.
Flashes this, dodges this.
Oh my lord!
Gets the heals, and gets them in the fields.
Oh my goodness. You can see that grin. Knows that he was kept alive by Kellen there as well. But yeah, Daystar might actually be caught out of position. Does go into his Shroud momentarily, but they have a lot of damage, and Pioshik is going to be able to help lock him down. The classic Lee Sin into Akali feels pretty good, although it has been largely irrelevant throughout this game as Diablo moves back towards his mid lane and is just going to take free plates.
He's got sums. He has vision.
And everyone was top lane.
Yeah, he's like, all right, well, that's a cool story. You killed my Akali.
Yeah.
And now I'm just going to take all of your jungle and pressure your inhibitor turret. That top turret survived with 1 plate. Closer's going to get... okay, well...
Yeah, it doesn't manage to save that one, unfortunately.
And, wow. This game was weird, but ultimately, Ash Seraphine. Daystar dies. And look at the minimap. They're like, yeah, sorry, we wanted to help you out, but that's too many people. We're too far away. And the arrow wasn't available, actually, for Diablo. I thought he just decided not to use it there, but it was a few seconds away. And, now we're looking at the 3rd Dragon of the game here at 25 minutes, potentially here for BNK.
And I don't think it matters all that much.
No, not really.
They might just forget about that one, kind of like they forgot about the second one.
The Ashe has IE, so watch out anyone who's in melee range.
Well, there is, speaking of melee range, an arrow hitting right into that front line, but they are just going to take down this turret. You mentioned the Infinity Edge. This Ashe does a lot of damage. Doctarm, though, he's got a Serpent's Fang. So 3 items each, both of these 80 carries. It is 100% item parity, and no sarcasm here from Atlas. Is okay. FearX, can they find the angle? Decent Magnustorm there from Peter. Connects onto a couple as the Emperor's Divide as well, doing a decent amount of work, but it's Daystar that locks down the kill, and I think these wallets have become a little too heavy as the curtains were called, and then Doctarm was like, well, I'll open them again. You guys can feel free to enter, as it's Dudu just trying to dance around and hold on to these minions as best he can, and Diablo is doing so much work here, just presses Q and rains down arrows on DNS. They are forced back to the fountain. No more Nexus turrets left alive as Dudu is doing some flashes, some fancy footwork to try and get himself out of the way, but it's Daystar that puts him down with perfect execution, and Pioshik is now dead on his fountain one more time. FearX pick up their first 2-0 of the season and their first match win after the season start.
Pretty strong bottom duo, and even though the Akali did not pop off, it did enough in this game. The Yorick ended up getting a lot of prio, did not end up feeling like it was that strong until he did kind of humiliate them in that first-person view that we had there post-Baron. BNK playing through the jungle incredibly well, but I have to say it, I voted for Kellen. I think he had an incredible Nico game. His Seraphine, was it the most impressive individual game he's ever had? No, but did he really hard carry this game by pressing all of Seraphine's buttons? Maybe he even had his knuckles on the keyboard doing it? Maybe, but like, is that what Kellen does? Like, you know, I had that famed call where it was Renato where I was like, well, wasn't that mechanically skillful? And then Cage and I had a little spat.
Yeah, I remember.
He did press R really well at the right direction at the right time, and in this game, he pressed all of his Seraphine buttons at the right time and at the right angles, and you know what? He did not win lane, still got out of the lane, still helped Diablo pop off, and I think if Diablo gets POM, it forgets about this man right here who set him up to get it done.
Not to mention Raptor, who had a fantastic series as well. For me, it's between Kellen and Raptor. Both of them really having a day out here. I imagine Daystar might pick up a couple of stray votes just because he's the new guy, but I hope he doesn't get POM just because of how good the utility pieces of this roster were in this game. It's what we were talking about the entirety of the LCK Cup, what we were explaining when we were heading towards first stand, is that this team has been really good at playing together. They forgot about that against G2 and then only just remembered today, I think.
Kind of forgot about it, well, remembered it too hard against Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, there was a bit of that too. They did win a game, so I guess there is that. But a 2-0 for FearX, and this fan already knew. Let's have a look at the highlights.
You know, this game to me was about the draft. Like game one, there were some really strong draft angles for the side of FearX because they had those winning lanes. They were able to play through them incredibly well, and Raptor just did too much. This game was like, oh, this is kind of a bit of a disaster in the early game. We messed a lot of things up. And then Kellen is like, yeah, but watch me help Raptor and Diablo pop off in every single fight. Yeah, and the Ashe did a lot of work here too. Like, obviously, I don't want to take anything away from Diablo. He had a great game. This was not my favorite part of the game. But it was very funny, and it was very Challengers and Rise Group-esque.
Yeah, it's a bit of like, let's remember some of the funny things that Chronicle used to say type
Yeah.
moment. But outside of that, I mean, DNS had a few of, and like, you could see what they were trying to do in the early game, and then it was Xin Zhao Ashe Seraphine, and they couldn't really do anything.
They couldn't control sides. They could not stop this Baron from getting started. Man, this was rough. Rel, I think the jury's still on this one. I believe it was Kellen actually who played it against Hanwha Esports last time around. So not looking great, even though it was buffed on this patch. Peter did go into melee range of Diablo, and I told them not to do that, but
He doesn't have much of a choice if he insists on playing Rel. Yeah, and this is the thing, it's back-to-back games where they've sort of said, no, it's not about winning the bottom lane, it's about having a good team fight later with some engage opportunities. And that just doesn't seem to be the way that you win the game here in 2026, sadly. And so maybe back to the drawing board there. Maybe it's going to be Life making his re-debut here one more time, as he didn't look too bad when he did come in just before, but still some problems to be solved for the DN Supers. As Daystar very happy after his first win in the LCK for 2026.
Let's take a look at some of those numbers. Clear, actually, big up there. See, a lot of that's in the first 14 minutes of the game. Closer out-damaged Daystar, who had a, you know, he just couldn't get online in this game, but Diablo was the main character. Kellen set him up.
Yep. And also, I mean, it's a hard game to play as a Kali. You never really have massive damage numbers because you are melee and an assassin, so...
And you're playing into Lee Sin, and it's just not the greatest.
Yeah. But they created space for Diablo, and they managed to get some team fights down. Oh, he picks it up! Absolutely gorgeous. Only died one time in this game. That's a 34 KDA across the series.
I would have been very upset if Diablo got it, no shade to him, but I would have been okay if Raptor got it, because Raptor was also out of control good, despite some, you know, some small funny moments that happened in the early game that we kind of skipped through. But he and Kellen were the kings of the day, and they set up Diablo. And like, that's the thing for FearX, is if you're able to play through Diablo and get him into a position to carry, he will do it. Doesn't necessarily mean he's POM, but if you get the ball rolling, you get the snowball rolling down the hill, Diablo's just kind of unstoppable.
Yeah, he is a pretty incredible closer, as it turns out, even though he's not a mid laner and on the other team. He is just really, really good at closing out games. The man is, like, even on Ashe, like you were talking about the fact that Sivir isn't necessarily his playstyle. Xayah and Ashe are the two picks that he played in this series, and they're not necessarily seen as ones that you can play hyper-aggressive forward unless in some sort of laning scenarios. It's a little bit more of that kite back, a little bit more of that defensive utility, but he plays every one of these champions like an assassin. But now it is time for the interview with Kellen. It's going to be great to hear from him.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the POM interview translation. We'll be hearing from Kellen on the side of BNK Fear X. Congratulations on the victory. A long-awaited moment for you and for all the BNK Fear X fans. A very needed win to turn things around today. How does it feel to end the losing streak? I did not imagine that getting the first win would take this long, so I'm really relieved and happy. After the first stand tournament, you went through a bit of a long losing streak. What area has the team been focusing on improving? Like we all together had a really long period of hardships. We were, I think, a little bit having a lot of issues internally, so we had a lot of conversation around it. And Daystar joined the starting lineup. What were your expectations and how has it been playing together on stage? Well, Daystar was always kind of ready and prepped to be able to play on stage, and I'm really happy that he was able to put up a great performance. In game number 1, BNK Fear X had a comp that needed to snowball early, while DNS Supers had to hold on. I think the laning phase went really well. How do you see your performance on the bot lane? I think these days, of course, laning phase is really important, but having a really good kind of plan and teamwork with your jungler is very important, and I think everything went well as we planned. Nico is currently on a 6-game winning streak. She's popping off on the current version of the patch. How do you rate this champion currently? This is a really good champion for, just all of the skill tools are really good, but also it's a really good champion when it comes to later game macro plays. And then in game 2, you guys made some very bold calls, especially starting the Baron to force a fight. Who made that decision? We always try to be really proactive, honestly, but it didn't really work well. But this time around, we finally was able to execute it. And Kellen, every time we can notice you blocking skill shot for your AD carry, and Umti was curious to find out whether it's a trained play or is it just your instinct? Well, I don't really know. Sometimes Diablo is always like the front line, so I just have to body block it for him. So Diablo didn't train you like that, did he? Not really, it's just my instinct. Next Wednesday, you'll be facing Nongshim Red Force. Anything you want to say to the fans regarding the matchup, and what is your mindset heading into the next week's matches? I feel like we have been underperforming for a long time, but I'm very grateful that the fans still stayed with us and supported us. Thank you very much, and we will do our best. And this is the end of the POM interview with Kellen, and I'm going to pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jisun Ayaya, as it is the first ever victory in 2026 LCK season for BNK Fear X. And Daystar, on his 9th LCK game ever, gets his victory. I mean, he won last year as well, but gets the victory here for BNK Fear X. A huge, huge victory for them to get in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I heard Daystar is gonna replace Vikla for today, I was kind of concerned about just them in general, because I think BNK, I don't felt like it was the Vikla issue, but after me watching this game, I'm sold. I'm sold for your boy Daystar.
One more time, Valdez.
For my boy Daystar. I feel like he played quite well. There were some challenger moments, though. He was a little out of position sometimes, but he handled it very well. I feel like, you know, up against Closer on his Azir and stuff like that, playing the Akali, he did look strong in terms of his mechanics and the team fights and stuff like that. But at the same time, I feel like he needs a little bit more time on the LCK stage to actually be like a mainstay. Definitely a strong mechanical player, though.
Yeah, and I like what you said there. We couldn't really tell what was going on with BNK FearX, but they needed to do something. Make the change, and it's 7 out of 13 for Kellen.
I thought you were going to vote for
Days. Well, did everyone get a vote? Clear didn't get a vote for all those dodges?
Yeah,
didn't we see that, like that POV, the player cam? All right, it's fine. But this just feels good for BNK because everyone played well. Whereas before, it felt like it was a whack-a-mole with the different problems of like sometimes it's here in the mid lane. Okay, now we're not playing through bot lane. Oh, Clear's getting dove again. Raptor is getting caught invading. This time, everyone was functioning well here. Let's take a look at some of the comments, though. Let's start with you guys over here.
Yeah. So for my comment, I said sorry to my boy Daystar because, you know, I really wanted to vote for him. You guys were with me over there. I was humming and hawing. I was like, oh, you know, he had a good game. He was pretty good, but then he got caught a bunch of times. But Kellen was just too good. Like, Kellen did so much for this team, not only in the laning phase, but also in the team fights. The guy was just really on point today, and, you know, I think he deserved it for sure.
Yeah, whenever I see Kellen's playstyle, like, if you want to get married, like, you should look for someone just like Kellen. I think he's going to be a really good husband. Like 100%, I'm pretty
He's
sure.
always looking after you and...
Yeah, and blocking everything, you know? Like, you don't have to be stressful, even though you have full sums. Like, I'm going to block for you, you know? And yeah, he's the guy.
You know what? Thank you for giving me advice for my relationship as well, right? My fiance, don't worry. I know that you don't have sums. I will block for you.
Oh, so sweet.
Like Kellen?
It's like Kellen.
It's like Kellen.
I guess.
Nice. That's the mindset. That's the alpha male mindset.
That's right. Alpha male Kellen. Just Kellen. How was it, Prince?
I don't
I think he's asking to the AD carry main.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he voted for Daystar. Sure. That was good. That was good. Yeah.
I like that.
I like
That's actually cool, like a little team up in the comments.
Yeah.
Dang. Now we
should do
can't
that
do it
more
because they did it first. Well, we can't do it today.
We've done it before. There have been times in the past.
Let's see. Do we have any more? Is that it? One more? Okay. No more. Someone lost their passion for comments.
You know, I know I know Ox is at home, and I'm really disappointed that he also didn't send in a comment.
Yeah.
You know, I know he's watching, he's paying very close attention. We didn't have any Chemtech souls, and yet no comments.
We did get a DNS vote from Ox.
Yeah, he did do that. He kind of went crazy this week, though.
And there it is.
Oh, well.
A little swapperino there on the bottom side. In the, was it eastern side of our standings. I never use that one, so I forget which one's east and which one's west. I did do the hand thing, everybody. As DNS, they drop down. BNK FearX, they get their first win. We spent a lot of time talking about BNK FearX. Thoughts on the supers here, we did?
I mean, I think for DNS, I predicted them to be good at the beginning of the split, but I think they're missing some parts where I think their strongest point was kind of pushing, playing aggressive, like following up, just like Kanavi, you know, like we see how you play around their jungle, and I think DNS is missing that kind of part where you have to follow pushing. But right now, I don't think he's getting good draft. I don't think he's getting some support from his laners, so I think they just need to fix the fundamentals that they were good on.
Yeah, I do agree. I think Goshik individually has been pretty good. Like, he's been very proactive, even when his lanes are all losing and he doesn't have a lot of gank assists from his lanes. And I also feel like individually, especially the bottom lane, you know, Duckdown and Peter haven't exactly been playing at their best. We know what they're capable of. So if they reach that once again, like they were kind of like this in the beginning of last year as well, where it took them a long time to kind of get online over at KT. So hopefully they can do that again this year.
That's the theme with that squad. Year of Closer, year of Doo-Doo. They brought up Year of Pyoshik at the beginning of the series, but hasn't quite fit yet. Well, we're not done yet. We've got ourselves one more series to go. It is time for the bros. Hanjin Brion versus undefeated, #1 rated KT Rolster. And for all the KT Rolster fans that are nervous, everyone predicted KT.
Did you predict Brion?
I had to predict KT because if I predict
my
Breon,
God.
then
Fake fan.
not everyone predicted
Fake
KT.
fan.
No.
He's a fake bro fan. Listen, guys. Digon is fake Breon
Don't-
fan.
Stop
And
showing
Breon,
him. Stop showing him.
don't give any
Stop
jersey to
showing him.
Digon.
We'll
He's
have
so
this
fake.
match after the short break. We'll see you in a little bit. Stop, Woodid. Hurting my feelings.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I lift my mark into the stone.
첫 번째 통신사 대전입니다.
맞습니다. 오늘 전반적으로 조금 더 뭔가를 보여주고 싶은 팀들 간의 대결이라는 생각은 들거든요.
네, 자, KT와 예맞서는 T1, T1과 KT 가겠습니다. 2세트입니다.
나 실드 있고. 이번 턴에 좀 치고 나가자, 그러면.
실드 맞아. 나야 7대 상호야 7대 7대.
할게. 지금 나와봐.
별일 없어.
저기는 노일이야?
해볼게.
애매하다.
상호 천천히 나 각이 너무 안 맞아.
오케이. 나 실드 있고. 이 한 번은 돼. 괜찮아? 별일. 나좀 위험하다.
얘풀 있나?
야 죽.
얘풀 없지 않아?
나 살아볼게 알아? 얘풀 없어? 살긴 했어. 어우 까비. 하면 좀 기분 좋다.
나 집 한번 갔다 와야 될 것 같긴 한데 일단 안 가볼게.
이거 나만 또 찬스마다 유리해.
이거 1점 안 해?
확인.
나 몰래 숨었어 이거.
여기 왔다.
맞아.
천천히 보자. 이거 천천히 보는 거 어때? 오케이. 볼게 이제 볼게.
맞아.
자 실드 줄게. 때려봐. 캐트.
일단 애니 노플.
애니 높은 둘다 높은.
남이 갔어.
볼만해. 보자. 노플.
남이 노스펠이야.
노플. 아이 보자. 나 규산 쪽. 야 선. 나이스.
이거 녹턴 노플. 바텀 직선 한번 뛰어볼게.
오케이.
얘 스펠. 둘다 노스펠. 확인. 이거 모르긴 할 거야. 야 거리
둘다 보자. 둘 다 노플이야. 둘 다.
버릴 생각해.
나 죽었다 이거. 나다. 킬잘 먹었어. 나이스.
탈리아 생각 못했네.
단거 잘해보자.
야 이번에 우리 플래시 있고 나 궁극기 한번 시원하게 박아볼게. C자 시킬게. C자 시켜봐. 꺼냈어. 한번 이제.
봐줄게.
벌레.
놀턴 높을.
녹턴 보자. 녹턴.
아래 괜찮긴 한데. 애니.
바이. 야 맞아. 뒤에 좋아. 더 가운데. 코레 저렇게. 야 미드가 끝난 거 같아.
잠깐만 안 끝나.
바로. 빼가 하자 이거. 바로 갈래. 야 나한테 받을게.
야 바로 가자 바로.
렛츠고 바로.
렛츠고. 오케이 제가 나갈게. 우찬이 지렸고. 굿. 야나 공 10초라 볼 수 있긴 해 이제.
미드
다시.
보자.
여기 한번 떨어볼게.
보던지.
볼게. 그냥 뭐 빼볼게 아마.
보자.
야 그다음에 산테 얘들아 산테.
여기.
떴거든.
룰루 피해.
아래 볼 수 있냐?
미칼 있어.
룰루 잡았어. 이거 천천히 보자.
왼쪽부터.
나 여기서 와봐. 천천히 봐봐.
많이 잡아야 돼.
다이 잡고 아래로 가봐. 왼쪽에 상태 와.
괜찮아. 봐봐.
왼쪽 상태.
높을. 야 산테. 봐도 돼.
나 4초. 나 버프 2초. 오케이.
3초. 2초. 야 내 쪽 봐줘. 가봐.
노플. 상태 노플이야.
박아도 돼. 어때? 끝. 아이 점프 조심 여기. 이거 많이 유리하니까 천천히 하자.
빨리 있는 거 그냥 3번 오면 돼.
바론을 쳐서 스마선 봐도 돼 2천으로. 야 바위 살짝 볼게. 바위 살짝 봐도 돼. 바위 볼게. 바위 볼게. 야 바위 봐줘. 얘들아 천천히 빨리.
빨리지 마.
안 빨리게 할 거야. 한번 쳐볼래? 나쁘지 않네. 야 바위 피 없는데. 야 치자.
야 핑할게.
6초 끝까지 한다.
일단 보긴 할게.
빼고. 못 맞다. 앞에부터 보자. 민호라 노프링 하거든.
나 보강 줄게.
일단 그냥
나가도.
진짜 라인 개별로야. 우리 막아야 돼. 바로 뺏었나?
뭐.
야 나 이거 천천히 볼게 이니시가.
상태 노플.
야 앞에 지를게. 앞에 바위 봐줘 바위. 우리 한중. 우리 갈렸다. 야 고렇게 프리들이야 지금. 아 이거 급한데. 볼만해. 쭉 가볼래? 야 이거 얘네 집만 끊으면 끝낼 수도 있을 것 같은데. 좋아. 야 여기 집 가는 것 같아. 나갈게. 나 가이드야. 천천히 봐봐. 나 거리 좀 있어.
잡았지.
잡았어. 야 이러면 하면 끝날 것 같은데. 끝내자 이러면.
끝났다. 미드 가자.
이거 어차피 바텀 라인 있거든 얘들아.
야 바텀에 세탁 되냐?
바텀. 얘들아 바텀 가자 바텀.
괜찮고. 애들 20초야 아직 20초야. 이거 뭉쳐있지 말고 얘들아.
바위국만 조심
바위국.
그냥
딜러들 뭉쳐있지 마.
타워를 쳐서 얘네가 걸게 만들어야 돼.
상태 노플이야. 상태 노플.
다 덮을.
나클 필요할 듯. 10초야 10초 우리.
여기.
들어갈 때 박아줘.
타워 준비.
볼게.
타워.
얘들아 타워.
끝내.
잡자. 끝내. 나 쫓아냈어 얘.
끝나겠다. 이겼어.
나이스. 좋은데? 좋았다.
2026 시즌 첫 번째 통진사 매치 KT가 2대0으로 T1을 잡고 첫승 신고합니다. KT 2026년도 올라갑니다.
Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the hush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. Water start to rise. Is it truth or lies? Break the ties that bind. Find the fire inside. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? We're playing with fire. Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. was when I left my mark into the storm.
화이팅! 한준마리온 화이팅! KT 화이팅!
KT 4연승 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final series of the week, and we are concluding week 2 with Nongshim Breon taking on KT Rolster. An absolute banger because KT have been up against Genji T1 in their first week. Absolutely incredible. Managed to get the victories in both of those against all odds. No one predicting KT. Then up against an undefeated Nongshim, handed them their first game loss and match loss in the same fell swoop. And now they're up against the Bros. And if you know KT even a little bit at all, this is the one they're likely to lose.
Do we even know if those teams were top 3?
I mean, at the start of the season, I don't really understand how the standings are supposed to be evaluated.
Let's watch those standings a little bit. Let's have a look. Because Genji is currently in the top 3.
Uh-huh.
Nongshim is no longer. T1 is no longer.
Well, actually, all of them are. Because DKT1 and Nongshim are all tied.
Well, the game score puts T1 and Nongshim below, technically.
No, I think it... Wait, no.
Yeah, they're 4th.
They're all 4th.
Yeah. Genji's top 3.
Oh, yeah, Genji's definitely top 3.
But my joke here is that, like, we don't really know anything right now, and maybe KT beat the easy teams, actually?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it was. You know, D+ was struggling, but they beat Genji, so what does that tell us?
Yeah. And for their first time in 5 years as well.
This is a crazy stat, by the way.
Oh my god.
It has not been a 4-game opening for KT since 2017.
And also, this is my... On screen right now is my favorite iteration of any League of Legends team of all time. Like, when I first came to Korea to cast the LCK was when Deft moved back over, and Pawn alongside him there as well. Mata joined KT. It was like such an incredible roster. Like, this was the super team of Korea as well. Unfortunately, wasn't actually able to find too much success as far as the big tournaments were concerned, but man, they were dominant. And the fact that KT hasn't done it since then is ridiculous. And remember, they managed to win LCK Summer in 2018, the year after that, with a few iterations of the roster moving into it, but still.
That 4th match against the Afrika Freaks was the one they lost a game on in that streak that we saw there. So maybe... Yeah, Bro can do better. And they did beat Jinner Green Wings 2-0 later on.
Yeah, Afrika Freaks was, of course, not necessarily the greatest team in the LCK, although they did have a pretty good top laner, if you guys remember. Obviously, Keen was there for a very, very long time.
Okay, so it basically says, like, okay, so KT's #1, we're the Kingslayers. KT, unusual king. But yeah, we're here for it.
The king looks weird, but we're going to beat it anyway. That's exactly how the Bros work. And of course, you know, Teddy leaning into that Jinner Green Wings energy. Obviously, it didn't work against the 2017 KT roster, but let's just see. He remembers that time. He knows what that KT is all about, and he knows that they did trip later on in the year.
I joked a lot about the top 3 of LCK and how it's unknown, but I think, and I know this is gonna make some people be like, we've seen it, but we haven't actually seen KT do this well before, since 2017, by the way, if they win this series. Also, my point is, I think KT are the strongest team. Like, that's the one thing we know for sure. We don't even know who our bottom team is, right? We're that's still a little bit up in the air.
Honestly,
a lot of people thought it would be this team, but you know that's been proven wrong.
The fact that we know that KT are our best team just shows that no one knows anything about our league at all in 2026.
But I do think that I feel very confident with my prediction of KT Rolster here. I feel very confident in a 2-0. If they lose this series, I think it would be a bigger statement about KT than it would be about Bro winning the upset.
Yeah, well,
that's from where I'm sitting.
Oh, 100%. However, no one should be surprised if it happens. That's my only point. I think that you're exactly right.
They'll just stop being confused.
Yeah, it will be on KT, but honestly, it'll feel like normalcy has returned to the LCK, especially if they lose to Bro and then win every other matchup. Like, just have the one Bro loss be the thing, and then they don't face them in playoffs because Bro doesn't get enough wins to even get close to them, and it'll just be that strange anomaly that we'll get every time.
Bro always does that to your top team, you know?
Yep.
You know, unless it's Genji or T1 on one of those perfect streaks. But if it's not the perfect streak, it's often a streak that's broken by Bro. That's why they have the Kingslayer nickname, which comes all the way back to the 2021 Fredit Brion Ross was able to beat Damwon Kia at the time, which no one else was able to touch, really.
Yep.
So it's a nickname that has stayed for a while because Bro sometimes does punch up. But Bro is not our worst team. That's still up for grabs. We really don't know who that is. And with BNK getting their first win, no one is winless here in the LCK, which is a big change from what we saw last year.
Yeah, the DN Freaks certainly made us feel a little bit sad. And then also, after we just changed the format as well, they were a proponent in a lot of people's misery around that one. Hopefully this time around, things are going to be a little bit more competitive, and already it has started off as such, especially with our three-way tie for fourth place that we have at the end of the week.
Is also an ex-Bro.
He is up against his former team here. Very cute.
See how he does.
Casting's also a former KT.
That's true.
Him and Perfect playing side by side. I was sharing the position.
I was talking to Digon about that yesterday. People forget, you know, we were casting at the time, no pun intended. Them, you know, going back and forth. Perfect ended up winning out a lot, and KT played Perfect over casting most of the time after a certain point, and that, for me, I wasn't happy with that. I was like, casting's the better player, but we know now that that was not necessarily the case. We have a lot of overseas fans visiting today at both of our series.
Yep.
But it's a Bro game, so it should be expected.
Exactly right. That's where, you know, people fly from all over the world to watch Nongshim Brion play, and it's understandable as to why. This team is very fun to watch, and you always get your money's worth. That is the main thing. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to get into Champion Select for game number 1. KT sitting at 3-0. What a time to be alive. First pick has gone over to Nongshim Brion, though. Let's see what they're going to be evicting from the Rift just yet. As Azir continuing to be banned against BDD.
Did you predict KT or did you predict Nongshim Brion?
I mean, I kind of wish I predicted Bro, but I think I predicted KT.
Well, that's fine. I'm just really disappointed in Digon. Because I know that you guys have the same predictions. So
yeah, I think Digon was trying to protect his streak. I think
there's no more, like, it's the most logical prediction actually to predict Bro here.
Yeah, I think I should have.
We're all just predicting KT with our feelings, not the 4-0 start.
Yep.
We just want to see this team do well, as we will see the Rise ban here against BDD. First pick is Nongshim Brion's here, so the Pantheon and the Rumble gotta go.
One final ban.
Varus, likely.
Yeah, that probably should be taken away, but instead, the Orianna will be banned. Does put things like Aurora in pretty high standing as far as the mid lane pool is concerned. Sort of the big three have been banned away.
One day someone's going to first pick Lulu, but it's going to be Annie instead here. And this pick has been pretty safe. It's a very malleable pick because it can turn any composition into an engaged comp. It can also be played with dive, but it's a pretty strong laning pick as well. It kind of feels like Annie is almost the new Azir. Just does so many things, so much utility. Lane power is pretty good.
Yeah, it sort of stands its own, and also once you're out of lane, you can always do something. It doesn't really matter whether you fall behind or not. But Jarvan is going to be taken away. Jarvan and Annie, a phenomenal combo, so wanting to deny that one. But now, what are they going to be locking down? Galio into Annie is something that we've seen before, but I don't know whether you really want to be locking that one down just yet. The Varus is up, like we were talking about. That could be a snag.
Seen some ranged picks do well into this, like the Hui in the past, but
true.
I don't think you need to pick that this early, nor do you need to lock in like a Zoe here. It's like they're just going to take the Ashe away. They do not want to give Ashe Annie Seraphine. That's so much single target engage. It's basically impossible to play into, and it was wide open waiting for them had they not locked this in.
And it's also one of the favorite picks into Varus as well. And so instead of locking the Varus without being able to lock a lane partner and then giving over Ashe Seraphine, they just take that one away instead. There is the Xin Zhao picked up for Gideon. I don't know what Namgung's going to be playing alongside it. Ezreal will be picked up. I kind of don't like this purely because I'd love to see Xin Zhao Lulu paired alongside the Xin Zhao.
It's kind of a miss for me as well because Ezreal can do well in this lane if he gets a strong ranged lane partner, but because you only had one pick left there, you don't get to have the strong lane partners because KT has 2 bans, and they're not going to let you have Bard in this situation. And otherwise, you could have tried to go for a Yuumi lane, but it's too obvious. The Ashe Seraphine in this situation, when first pick is on the other side and you lock a jungler, you're really limiting yourself, you know? Nautilus is also one of those other supports that's not a range support, but it's the all-in power we've talked about.
Yep. Has worked out relatively well into this duo, although I think does require some finesse to work out the timing.
Yeah, I think it's really hard. I'm surprised, actually, at how high prio Nautilus bans have been with Seraphine locked in. But she is also very vulnerable. If she's caught out in the jungle or on a roam, it can be bad for her.
Warding is definitely a little bit more difficult, but it sits in the effort wheelhouse for right now, right?
Syndra and Zoe are BDD picks that are just so strong in lane and can actually lane into the Annie, so the Syndra is going to get taken away. Zoe works well with Ashe Seraphine, actually, so it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I feel like you can just kind of do anything when you have the Ashe Seraphine and a decent bruiser jungler alongside it. We had seen it alongside the Mundo, but obviously not going to get that this time around, as there is the Nico ban to be taken away from Namgo. I actually think that's a brilliant ban. The Ezreal Nico lane has actually found a lot of success here in the LCK. So getting rid of that's good.
I'm trying to figure out what BDD would want to play into Annie that's left available. Like, they could still play Galio.
Yeah.
Great with Seraphine. It's just not a pick where BDD can carry necessarily. It doesn't do a lot of damage. It's a lot of utility. It makes aiming the main character, which is something that's been a little bit more consistent, frankly, this season. Mel is the other one where you, like I was talking about with Hui, where you just stay away from the Annie and you just annoy her the whole time.
This also does fit in with the vibe of the composition, right? Which is a lot of like staying power and being able to brawl for a really long time. I feel like Mel really does fit into that.
They did not ban the Bard that I was saying that they were going to ban, and so Namgung has this opportunity to play Ezreal Bard here. I think this is a vote of no confidence by KT Rolster into Namgung.
Oh,
and he's played the Pike before.
Oh, I would have loved the Pike.
That's fun as we get the blind Jace.
I thought that Perfect might even want to play blind Yorick, but instead he's going to hover Camille. But there's the Yorick. I mean, obviously the Yorick was going to come in if the Jace was going to be picked up blind, but I also just feel like Yorick fits into this composition so extraordinarily well. So I think that's a huge miss from Hanjin Brion.
I liked the Annie at the beginning because it's so flexible, right? But I don't think they built something around the Annie that I really personally feel is quite strong, because the Ashe Seraphine is incredibly safe. They played it so far away. The Mel is super high range. They have both consistent engage in AoE engage, but also single target engage. And Hanjin Brion are going to be trying to poke with this Jace and the Seraphine shields, and the Ezreal is similar story. Bard Ezreal can win this lane. And I know Namgung had a great Pike game, and he's looked a lot better here than he has in LCK Cup. He's earned his stripes a little bit, but I still don't think he's the Bard player who's going to win this lane up against Effort and aiming. And this is the debut champion for Effort here at the very beginning of LCK. I have to give a draft edge here to KT, and they are currently our strongest team. So Hanjin are going to have to make some magic happen here on the Rift, or I think those predictions might ring true.
Yeah, this is the real danger, though, if you're a KT fan, is the fact that now we've basically unanimously predicted that KT are going to win, And coming out of draft, it looks even better for KT going to win. And so I think that there's almost a guarantee that they're going to lose off the back of that, unless they prove me wrong. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, under the rift for game number 1. KT taking on Nongshim Brion. And already a little bit of funny business with BDD making his way down towards the bottom side, just in case the bros did want to brawl a little early. Not going to be the case just yet. And so let's sort of have a bit of a gaze at how this is going to work in the early stages of the game. Because there should be shove on the top side of the map for casting. This should be KT favored, although Effort takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, good electrocute proc, but it's at level 1, it won't matter too much, as Effort will level up and get a lot of health back, and he is Seraphine. So he also has a potion, which is already drank. So essentially, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down, and that these lanes should be favored for KT. Well, if you miss that and Loki gets a stun on you, maybe you get a trade back. He's got electrocute as well. Only level 1 at the moment, but can set that one up if he wants to. I am very concerned about how team fights look for Bro, because they have 2 poking champions and strong engage with the Xinjiao and the Annie, but it doesn't always line up and link well into a composition that has great peel. Kind of the greatest peel of all time.
Yeah, there's the rebuttal on the stun. And this is the problem, is that you then have to charge your stun back up again. And by that stage, BDD only has to wait a little bit, and then he's got rebuttal back again.
You ever play, like back in the old days, Super Smash Bros. 64?
Yep.
You charge up your Samus blaster, and then that Fox just reflects it on you?
Yep.
That's kind of how that felt.
Well, Cuz also having a little bit of a rough time as the Cosmic Binding does connect. Does manage to get the fadeaway on the Gromp, though, as he walks his way out. Aiming will usher this minion wave towards the turret as well as Effort. Going to be peppering Namgung with a bit of extra damage. It looks like KT will be able to get away with the invade for now.
Pretty strong start. And I look at this draft for Bro, and I think, okay, you got some easy-to-use pieces. You've walked straight up into the Yorick pick. That's fine. A lot of Jaces have done that and found success. You get a little pressure early, as he has now. The jungle attention is going to be bottom side, so casting to try to generate a lead, which he is doing very successfully here.
Yep.
Against Perfect thus far. The Annie pick works a lot of picks. Did they get a draft that follows up on it easily? I mean, Ezreal can follow up on it from range. You know, Gideon get on top of somebody. It's just that there's so much peel. Like, that's the thing here. You ended up with lanes that are strong winning, like temporarily winning here on the top side, right? But eventually will not be the case. And then you have everywhere else is kind of on fire. And Aiming and Effort have already proven that they're probably the best team at running this duo.
Yeah, they've been pretty good at putting out the fires as well, if they do occur earlier on in the game. KT have just been a pretty tenacious squad so far.
They don't know where Namgung is, so they're not trying to put the pressure onto Teddy right now. They have a control vision in that tri-brush, but otherwise it looks like Namgung's going to help Gideon get some stolen camps off here as Cuz is just going into his jungle.
Yeah, Loki actually taking a bit of damage here from BDD as well. Only level 5, but once that ultimate does come in, it could be a little scary going down that low into the melt. Still, Cuz is going to be spotted as his Demacian brother is making his way towards his top side. Not going to be able to save his Krug camp, but doesn't even get any of the little ones.
So close to getting one there.
Yeah, and that's a bunch of camps stolen here by Cuz as well.
The wind was blocked by the wall, and therefore did not become lightning in that situation. As BDD is going to TP back to lane, he has about 70%-ish of his experience bar towards level 6. Continue to put that pressure onto Loki as they trade TPs. Even contesting for this vision right now for Namgung is like, I would not do it. I would walk away.
A little bit,
look at this. Like, he's like, I thought I could kill a controller. I'm like, you're dead.
Well, the Hawkshot comes in, Aiming actually feeling like he has an angle, but there is the magical journey. That is going to get him out of there. So Ghost kind of for nothing here from Aiming. As Effort was looking for a bit of a reset angle potentially, but Cuz turns up, and they are going to go back to base. The Teddy is going to stick around, but Namgung is heading home momentarily.
I think Namgung would have had to sell this better if they wanted to go for the counter gank there with Gideon. Instead, Gideon's just going to do Gromp, and It's like there's nothing going to come of this. Loki has his stun and ult.
Yeah, there is the snare attempt, but Flag and Drag comes on forward from Cuz, looking for the angle towards Loki, but Nongshim turns up as well. Tibbers getting involved.
Loki, man, he's just so low-key in this situation. He doesn't care, doesn't flash. BDD tries to bait. Oh, I missed my snare, better drop the Tibbers. There's definitely not a jungler there. Loki's like, let's walk away. It's fine.
Yep, and the rebuttal didn't work either, as of course, if you just drop the bear, it's quite difficult to react.
I would love to get the reflected Tibbers, you know?
I feel like the Annie has to do that, not the Mel.
Yeah, it's pretty tough for the Annie to time it, but like I guess it could be possible.
Yeah. We'll see whether Loki can figure it out.
She has to stand on top of it as well.
Yeah, they'd have to communicate. Maybe there needs to be some all chat type stuff. We'll do a countdown, something like that. See whether it can go back the other direction. That's all right. Casting up here towards his top side. Does have to deal with the Maiden now, but does have a very large CS lead and a Cull in hand. So feeling very good about this matchup. Perfect has been the largest success story, I'd say, for KT.
Yeah, he's
outside of effort, I guess, but it's still probably Perfect having way better performances.
I think in terms of improvement, it's debatable between the two. Since last time we saw effort, it was not great, but Perfect has been playing a lot more recently, so it's in the back of your mind a little bit more, whereas effort's kind of been away on hiatus elsewhere. So now the top lane is shifting back to the York in terms of favor. This bottom lane is continuing to push here. The first dragon has not been taken. It's actually control vision on it here for Gideon, so he knows that and is going to be able to do his top side here real quick. So that feels really nice. They're still pinned down, but it doesn't matter as long as they keep farming. And so far, Teddy is able to match CS quite nicely.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Obviously, like having a Bard in that lane, you know, you've at least got a bit of extra range, and the laning power of the Bard is certainly something that can really help out. But still, I think that out of lane, the Ashe Seraphine remains incredibly difficult to deal with, especially when augmented with the composition that KT has for themselves, right? We mentioned already sort of the brawly extended fights being really difficult to play out. And I think, you know, once you get the Echoes of Hellier in for the Seraphine, once you start really beefing up your ability to do stuff, it's going to be very scary. But casting, if he keeps getting hit by the Morning Mist here, it's going to be a rough time into Perfect.
Yeah, he's not enjoying it. He is sitting on a Cull in a tier, and he's currently crying, so it does make sense. This
should get extra stacks.
Yeah, honestly, it really should. If you're, you know, getting pushed in and you're hiding under turret, I think it should give you like
what if
10 stacks.
Maybe there should be like a little Easter egg where we got a bit of supportal combat, but I don't think it's happening. So an Easter egg where if you use an emote that has like crying in it, then you get a tier stack.
+1 tier.
Yeah, I think that should happen.
As long as it like does the thing where it delays your next stack, I think that's fair actually.
Yeah. Just puts it on cooldown.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, like, everyone is then going to just spam emotes the entirety of the time if they don't have cooldowns.
Remember old tier where Jace is just like, I'm transforming, I'm shooting stuff. Like, Ezreal is just like shooting randomly as he goes back to lane.
Maybe there should be like an exorbitantly long cooldown on getting the stack, but at least it gives it to you. Is not going to magically journey over. KT a little bit split here, but Loki, great flash to get himself out of the way as Gideon. He's going to get put into the Cataclysm as the ulti comes through from BDD. Not doing a whole lot, though, as Cuz goes down exceptionally low, but he'll keep himself alive with the help of effort. Takes down the Drake as well, and can KT do any wrong? I think the answer is no, as BDD goes on a killing spree, picking up a triple, including first blood.
How many games am I going to watch a team try to skirmish into early game Mel and continue to try to skirmish into early game Mel after the initial engage doesn't go the way they want? She just last hits you like a minion.
Yes.
And like Loki here is not in position to engage. He has to flash back and then defensively stun Cuz. And then Cuz is like, all right, well, that's where I want to be. I want to be back towards this dragon. Gideon tries to wind becomes lightning. Cuz flashes away here. And then Teddy is like, they're all low. And I'm like, no, your team is low. That's a Mel. And Teddy's like, oh, yeah, I cannot change the outcome of this fight. I think opting into this was probably not the idea for Bro, especially after that. Aiming, arrow connected, just everything went well for KT there. But I just don't think you want to be fighting into this in any case. Like, yeah, unless you had prio and much better setup than they did. And Loki, if he was able to flash engage, which he couldn't have because all of KT was too far away, then yeah, you could fight that for sure. But he kind of Flash Peel engaged to then ultimately still die. So it didn't work out.
Yeah, now BDD is exceptionally far ahead. Has his Blackfire Torch now completed. Cuz also with item number 1. And even though the early game was going okay for casting, Perfect is now in a much better position with the other side of the map just going incredibly well. Means that the Yorick can kind of sit back and just start to scale.
When you get Blackfire Torch as Mel early like this, it's crazy. Oh my god.
The arrow's connected, and now BDD is able to layer the damage. There's the ulti, and boom goes the dynamite. Down goes the Annie. Find me the counterplay. Ladies and gentlemen, find it for me.
Did Loki also get deflected there? I'm not 100% sure, but he should be in the assists if so. He didn't show up there.
I don't think he did anything in order to get deflected, but BDD pressed a whole bunch of buttons. As Gideon even taking some extra damage here. As there's the encore, and the Bard doesn't really want to be brought back to the enemy team, as now Cuz puts Teddy in a Cataclysm, as he'd already used the Arcane Shift, and now it's Effort looking for the last hit. It doesn't quite come through, but 5-0, and KT, I don't really want to say it, but they're on perfect game pace.
They are on perfect game pace. They are the best team in the LCK, and it hasn't been true since 2023. For those who weren't around back then or don't remember, that was the BDD, this guy, Cuz aiming, so 3 parts of that roster, and then Keen and Lahen's roster.
Yeah.
See the rebuttal, hold on.
You can understand why that roster was pretty good.
I don't think he rebutted anything.
No, he didn't. I mean, sometimes you just gotta press buttons.
And then this happens, but this is like watching Prime, Genji, or T1 on their winning streak levels of like Harlem Globetrotters that we were watching in this game. And that was leading into BDD, what he could do with Blackfire Torch this early, and then he's just like, nah, I just kill him. Forget the harass Wolf was going to talk about how easy it is to farm, you know. None of that stuff matters. I just kill that guy. Thanks, Aiming, for setting it up.
Landing a lot of Qs is BDD as well, and as he does so, lots of damage happens because he's a 4-0 Mel. Also has the upgraded shoes at the same time, as he does just sidestep the Tempered Fate, and the wind becomes lightning. The footwork on this mid laner for KT, just absurd. He's dancing with Tibbers here at the same time, but doesn't seem to be worried about it. I think he was leading as far as that waltz is concerned.
Tibbers was not enjoying the waltz. Okay, well, I was trying to set this series up in my head as a commentator wants to make things interesting as the grand collapse of KT, okay? The 3-0, everything you were talking about, the higher the roller coaster goes, the further it falls down, right? It's pro, they're 1-2, rough start to the season. This Loki pick is kind of working out, but we're not sure. No, KT just, I don't know, they're winning it.
Yeah, and they're looking pretty good doing so as Namgung has to flash, but he still gets hit by the beat drop. The last hit arrow! Oh, that is style points there for Aiming. I don't know whether he needed to do it. I think there were auto attacks in the air, ready to kill him. But the style points do give you extra money, I am pretty sure.
It's funny how we had those fans already clapping from the CC, and then they just like kept clapping as he died. They're like, yeah, he's got him.
Yeah.
There was like a second form of the applause. It was like a 1-2 applause.
Kind of similar to like BDD like trying to build passive stacks with his W when I think he probably had enough to kill Loki anyway.
I just, you know, this is going to be a boring one-sided first game, I think, Atlas. There isn't a whole lot of storyline, there isn't a whole lot of drama.
You say boring one-sided. I think it's going to be one-sided, but now we've got the perfect game to play for as well.
True.
Which does help like keep the drama at least there.
There's just not even, like, I think besides the perfect game, there's just not even any, like, funny business, you know? There's not any of that, like, Lore KT scarf, like, Conehead. It's kind of weird image that always goes around when she's definitely not excited, right? Like, you can't even post that here. You're not even excited, you're just bored by KT winning again.
Well, I mean, I think that's probably good for KT, right?
Yeah, but I'm definitely not trying to curse it to make this more interesting.
Honestly, this should be, like, bored for KT. Maybe that should be, like, the new thing. That we need to try and promote, because then no one, that's the opposite of like being E-word. That's brilliant. Oh man, they're winning so much, just incredibly bored. Just not interested in it at all.
Bored by KT, I like it.
Yep.
You know, just...
We should petition that to the org. Just see whether they could like make that their new hashtag. bored by KT.
It certainly does have a ring to it. You know? I'm no social media manager, but it sounds good to me.
Yeah, if I was the CEO and that was being pitched to me, I'd be like, ship it immediately. As Teddy is going to Arcane Shift. Heck of an ability. Still going to lose his turret, so it's not great news. But there are 2 plates missing on the bottom side of the map, 2 plates missing on the top side of the map, and that's it. That's what Bro have got this game.
Loki, okay.
BDD is desperately trying to make that rebuttal work, but ultimately,
look, he had that
actually a relatively even trade. Like, that's kind of cool.
He had that at level 1. He did that. He rebutted the Q. I guess that's all he really needs to do to win the game.
That's enough.
That's what set everything up. Is he's going to get collapsed on here, but he's going to have some help as well. Oh no, he's just him TPing out. I thought someone was TPing in.
Oh no! But look at this turret.
Nah,
oh no, the perfect game!
It's got a lot of plates. It's got a lot of plates.
Oh, they're just going to go home anyway. So there is going to be a little bit of a shove here. As we can see, casting moving down towards the bottom side will be able to get some plate money. But there is a Seraphine making her way up. Effort will be able to defend.
Dangerously low, though, these turrets with 3 plates each.
Oh, dear. Okay, it's even worse. As in comes the Yorick. Let's see whether Perfect can find an angle, as the Ghoulie Wall does need to be flashed here. Somehow he sidesteps that Shock Blast at the same time as Tempered Fate goes down, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. Oh, the old flash out of Effort does not quite work, as there is a Mikhail's built by Namgung already. Still, KT going for as many opportunities as they can find at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and it's really risky if we're looking at perfect games, so I'd like KT to just kind of slow down.
No, they need to speed up, because then it's just a matter of time as the arrow sails wide.
All right, now we're down to only 4 plates total between these 2 turrets on the upper and bottom parts of the map here. So
yeah, KT have got to stop overloading side lanes.
Yeah,
otherwise they're gonna lose the perfect game.
Please balance the roster. Okay. Now, I heard a rumbling, I believe it was in PCS, that a perfect game actually did occur this year. As Namgung is going to die, I think.
Well, he is, yeah.
But besides that, I haven't heard of a perfect game in competitive League of Legends happening in a really long time. It would be crazy for KT of all teams to do it, but it also feels like at the same time incredibly fitting.
Yeah, they have perfect in the top lane.
Hold on, they're going to group us 3. This could be it. This could ruin the perfect game.
It could. The turret is going to get given up.
BDD doesn't have TP. Couldn't save it even if he wanted to.
Sacrifice of the perfect game, Wolf.
I hate it when teams try to win the game instead of save the game.
Intelligent play. So frustrating. And there it goes.
Like, trade an inner for an hour. BDD, come on, you could have gone down in history. I mean, I know you already kind of have, and like somehow still overshadowed by Chovy and Faker all the time. BDD Classic never gets enough mentions, but you could have gotten the perfect game.
I'm still putting BDD and Hall of Legends before those 2. Don't you worry.
Well, I think it might be a little late for Faker. I think you kind of already got that one.
Yeah, well, sorry, yeah, not Faker, but Chovy. Ahead of Chovy, probably. Because he did debut a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
And neither of them have won Worlds yet. But maybe KT going to do it this year. That's enough. That's enough.
So
lurking around the E word.
Let's just face it. Bro got a turret, and that's probably the best they're going to get this game.
They did kill the perfect game. And so KT probably didn't notice.
Every time it's almost
gamers
a perfect
just don't
game,
care.
I swear the losing team is just like, oh yeah, well it's not a perfect game, and then they like group and kill a turret every time.
Yeah, or they group and kill a side laner and then lose the game because of it. But you know, at least we killed the side laner. As KT are just going to use Shelly to take an inner turret in the bottom lane. That is the state of this game right now.
Maybe a second turret?
Hang on a sec.
Doubling the turrets? I mean, they'll lose their Nexus, but I mean, the turret count is going up.
There's the Tempered Fate as well. As, like you were saying, yeah, turret is going to be traded outer in the top lane for 2 inner turrets mid and bot lane.
Now I'm not upset for KT because this intelligent play is just continuing to further their lead in this game. Now, some money was given over, including bounty gold. As you can see, 1,000 gold here in bounties so far.
Well, Namgung is going to take some damage here from BDD. But not going to die, although maybe I spoke too soon. Tempered Fate, sorry, the True Shot Barrage just rebutted pretty nicely there by BDD. but it is Nongshim that is going to pay the price. As now we have Loki lurking on the side. The Encore doesn't do too much, but Effort is still able to keep everyone relatively healthy. And KT have just got way more items than Bro right now, as Loki is really, really dead, and now Perfect is hunting the rest of them down. Effort speeding him up. He's got his ghoulies there. And I just don't know whether they're going to be able to escape. And Gideon, he understands that as well. He goes back in and says, take just me and keep my friends alive.
BDD has other ideas.
Yeah, BDD is not interested in that whatsoever, as there are 3 people in this vicinity, but they still do not want to be anywhere near the 403 Mel.
Well, you know, you said it early, you said it well, and you said it correctly, that even from behind, sometimes an Annie is incredibly useful. Loki was trying to be, and he had that angle, but they just didn't have enough buttons to press to follow up on it. As you'll see here, TP is actually behind them, below Krugs. Like, this wraparound angle for Loki is actually pretty tricky.
They pinged him, though. They knew he was there. I don't know. Oh, they saw him on the minion wave.
Oh, my God. That's insane.
Did they? I mean, the minimap is a bit in a weird spot right now.
I don't know if they could have seen him there, but they maybe knew that there was a possibility, right?
There were pings.
Yeah, they did ping. Either way, you know, they don't have the stuff. They don't have the items. They're empty pocketed, and so he doesn't do enough damage. The rest of the team doesn't do enough damage. And it's a cool try. And I don't even need to break down the rest of this. It's a disaster for Bro, but you know, it was a cool attempt. Nice try. Look, 2 turrets. That's respectable. With this draft against KT Rolster, the greatest team in 2026 to
and also
play at first stand.
I just want to say, if you're a concerned Bro fan, like those 2 fans were in the LoL Park audience, don't be concerned. They still rake in that Bro tax every single game, and it's about the journey, not the destination. They're not about the results. They're about having a good time.
Yeah.
And
that's the thing.
They're probably not having a good time in this game, but they'll get through this in order to have a good time another time. As Gideon, also not having a good time. The arrow is going to connect. No magical journey for you, Nongong, as he catches him in the magical journey. Oh my goodness, it's a double for aiming, and BDD picks up another. Yeah, you were talking about the Harlem Globetrotters before, Wolf. Yeah, this is that. This is big time that.
It feels like, you know, KT is legit playing peak T1, peak Damwon, peak Genji era right now. The macro is great. The team fighting is a bit scrappy for Bro, but they're just punishing so hard. It looks brilliant. It looks like they're just even luckier than you at this point.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, for Pro and for League of Legends teams and sports teams everywhere, sometimes it's not whether you win or you lose, as Teddy will lose this. It's how you play the game. But I stopped myself from saying it because Pro is unfortunately not playing the game.
No, they're not really allowed to play the game.
Trying to play the game. Like, they have their keyboards and mice connected. They're on stage here, but KT said, I'm sorry. We got you on a technicality. Your draft, it doesn't function. We have the Ash Seraphine, and also BDD is on our team, and he got 3 kills early, so... That was the moment. Yeah. Like, that could be HL2 on the space.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like the space, like HL1 is probably going to be like the draft, and then HL2 is that dragon fight, and then we just call it a day. Maybe they'll come back to us early, Wolf. Like, if we're going to go to the bathroom, we're going to need to do it very quickly.
Gideon, with that crescent guard, it looked like he almost did like a metaphorical rebuttal. He was trying to turn the Encore around. It did not turn around.
It's a metaphor, man. You wouldn't get it.
He was like, it's baseball, basically, right? He would wind it up after it sent out the pitch, but the pitch was an encore, which actually cannot be reflected by a Shinja ultimate.
And then he like pulled a muscle and then was finished off. The encore placement was just gorgeous there from Effort as well. He's got a couple of items now complete. The Mikhail's done as well as it is aiming with. Oh, there's another rebuttal on a True Shot Barrage. It's inconsequential. As BDD dash cannoning forward, Teddy almost just died, and I made a Freudian slip there by using D instead of T. The arrow also going to be trying to interrupt this teleport, but it does not quite work. They do cross in the sky as Loki is also just dead. Aiming, going to snipe him down as Casting looking for some shock blast into the backline, but the damage just isn't quite there. They might be at, never mind, they're not going to get their first kill because Effort is keeping everyone alive for absolutely forever. Even perfect underneath these Nexus turrets. Flashes out, flashes in, casting going to be taken out of this game. And Effort is just throwing high note after high note. Aiming will be able to rain terror down on Teddy. But there goes the Nexus, and KT continue their incredible run of form.
And you know what? I will say it.
Don't say
I'm bored by KT.
Oh, you almost had me there for a second, Wolf.
They just keep winning these games decisively. They're giving up turrets. They're not perfect gaming. Like, that's the only note.
Yep.
As we do have, why am I blanking on her name? That's a Digimon character there as well. It was on that sign.
Yep.
From Season 2.
Might have been a beta defense.
The successor to Sora, effectively.
As Coach Song now pulling Gideon and Loki aside. And I think there is some work to be done here for the bros, but I do also think that KT had a phenomenal draft this time around.
Yeah, the drafting for Bro maybe needs to be taken aside.
Yeah.
Metaphorically or otherwise.
3 turrets. That was what Bro were able to pick up that game. Not a single kill, an incredibly linear gold graph. And KT are looking to finish off week 2 undefeated here in the LCK once again to join their 2017 brethren 9 years later. That would be absolutely extraordinary, especially with the fact that the one change that they made from looking mediocre in the LCK Cup was that Effort came out of retirement to save KT. This is insane. We're going to take a short break when we get back to space. We're going to attempt to break down that game number 1, and then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you soon.
바드 노공. 나도
퍼져 있어, 퍼져 있어.
나 미칼 있고. 하워 치다 방금 보자.
야, 이니.
풀었어. 짜오부터.
나 죽어. 짜오 노플. 짜오 노플.
제이스 노플. 앞을 돌만해?
야, 제이스. 와, 죽을 뻔했네.
안무일 쳐봐. 나 힐대. 이거 힐 받아라. 하워 치면서 나오면 보자. 이제 묶였다.
이거 봐줄래?
아래?
안 죽으면은 0데스. 안 죽으면 0데스요. 빼세요.
안 죽는 사람?
안 죽으면 0데스.
Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long, Hà Nội.
Close your eyes, breathe in deep. Feel the dark overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. Is it true for us? Break the ties and find the fire inside. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the storm.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to The Space, where we got to see the most exciting dominant team in the LCK, KT roster. Nearly perfect game. It's very exciting.
Is it? You sound so depressed.
No.
You sound so depressed.
It's capital E.
What's wrong with you?
For depressed, it's depressed. It's 1-0 KT roster.
It starts with the draft.
Teddy, you know,
Right?
he hasn't died yet. I'm trying to figure out what angle here, because we're going to spend most of this time talking about how great and exciting KT are.
I mean, at least Stegon's wearing green pants, so that's one way you're supporting them. Not in your predictions, though. Let's talk about the draft, because we were looking at this, and immediately, even the casters pointed it out as well, I think it was pretty obvious. It just feels like KT's draft is much stronger, and to me, it just felt like you have Prio and bot, you're going to have Prio and mid, Mel's very good into the Annie, and you're going to win top as well, because Yorick does very well into the Jace, as we've seen many a time. So KT have 3 winning lanes, essentially. They have Prio everywhere, and when you're much better than your opponent and you have Prio everywhere, as Wolf was talking about, like, the highlights of Gen G and T1 in their days, you just style on the enemy team.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I think for me, this draft is strong. Like, because I think if you're a Brion, you have to blind pick your top lane, right? And I think if you picked your mid lane and jungle here, then I think you have to pick your top lane, because it's really obvious that they're going to go for Ashe, Seraphine, and Jarvan, right? So that means if you pick your top lane there, you can actually ban for your top lane. So you can actually use your 4 or 5 bans to prevent like something like counter Jace like Yorick, you know? So, but I think for this case, you don't win the bot lane because you only pick your AD carry. You don't win the mid or top lane because you have to blind top lane, right? So your 4 or 5 bans cannot be useful enough. So I think that was just a wrong idea from Hanjin Brion from my side.
Well, it did lead to a bit of a bro and brew early on. People were hoping for the stable, steady, Teddy kind of game there on the Ezreal. And then this fight broke out here in the mid lane, or in the Drake, as they were roaming up in the towards the mid lane was Namgu.
Yeah, so you'll notice that Bro got started on the Drake. They're already taking a bunch of damage and poke from the Mel and the Ashe, and they try to engage on Ashe Seraphine. That's never going to work, and it just gets so split up, and your jungler just dies first. It's just kind of a disaster for Bro. KT, they play it so patiently. They just waited out, and everybody was there on time to win the fight.
It's just the 8 minutes in the game, and I think after this team fight, the game was over. So yeah, I kind of like tried to look for it because I think there must be a reason why they took that Drake in that position. So yeah, I mean, I think that was just the game over moment right there.
Yes, we did. I want to know why. Why did they do that? What did?
So we're gonna go back to 8:05 and track the jungle. So you can see Gideon. I think he already knew that they're gonna start the grubbies. So he kind of predict that Kaz is gonna start the grubs. Yes, he does. But Kaz also knows that they can actually contest the Drake even though he's on the top side. So I think it was really good adaptability from their jungle, but also the bot lane. So I think Kaz now he kind of realized that he can have enough time to get to the Drake. So he literally just walked through the mid lane, walking with the BDD, so he can actually zone out the Loki. So now you see the position now. Look at the HP bar and the position. I think at this point, Loki cannot be able to join the fight because BDD and Kaz is zoning out the any. And then the bot lane, I don't think you can engage on them because you are already getting chunked from the Drake, and also Bard level 4, I think it's really hard to engage. So I think aiming and effort, they did really great job on just playing on their line and then like make some space for the jungle and the mid lane. And this is what's gonna happen for the next. And you can literally play the clip right now, and you can see how they play the team fight right now. So they knew that they're gonna go on the bot lane, and now, yeah, you can't really do anything. Your Annie is getting chunked already. The fight is unwinnable.
Yeah.
So it was literally the adaptation from the jungle. You know, KT already knew that they can actually be in time, and I think this is just the reason why KT are the best team right now in LCK.
Yeah, and again, as you were highlighting as well, you know, KT played it so well. They have a very fine-tuned understanding of exactly the timings, like, oh, they don't have enough damage here. Also, the fact that Hanjin Bro was trying to engage on the Bard and not just, like, pumping damage on the Dragon and trying to get out. It just felt, like, very messy and all over the place, whereas KT knew exactly what to do. And, yeah, when you have Prio everywhere, it does feel like, as well, they should be getting all the objectives as much as possible, and they certainly staked their claim on the Rift.
Yeah, you know, and that's the exciting part about this KT squad. They have been decisive. There was an opportunity for Bro to decide where they wanted to start the fight. They don't. And then from there, KT didn't give them an opportunity after that. It's crazy. It is a solid KT team. It's a team that is earning our trust game by game. But let's see if they're able to do it here in game number 2 against the Bros. Let's send it back on over to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. And I heard that, Dagon, okay? Brofan Dagon dropping the E word right as he throws it over to us. He's really trying his best. And look, I imagine that the Bro faithful all appreciate it. KT fans just losing their minds.
Someone pull up his
normal thing.
Someone pull up his pred for today.
It's got to be KT.
Well, it's the same as yours. That's what has been claimed. So.
All right, yeah, then I think it's KT. I don't think he did the Bro thread this time.
He's asking how high are KT going to go. Well, in first place, I don't know if you can go higher, but how much of a gap can they put themselves ahead in over Genji? Genji already has 2 losses, so which one of them was theirs, and so you're really distancing yourself from them. Same with T1. Yeah, they're like right now. They're the team that's closest to locking Legend early.
Well, Bro, I'm going to choose the first pick here for game number 2. Not entirely sure. It's going to be blue side for KT. So it is a run it back of exactly what we just had as far as the first selection is concerned, but we're not going to have Bro running into this very difficult to navigate composition from KT. This time, that is going to be fearlessly banned. And so we'll just have to see what the change is going to be.
Also, the draft read from Hanjin Brion is also fearlessly banned, so that's probably a good thing as well.
Yeah, a very good point. So, Karma going to be taken away once again, even though they are first pick. Not wanting to first pick that one away, as there is the Rumble that just always has to be removed. Pantheon is the next big ticket one, but the Rise is going to be banned away first.
Again, from BDD, smart move.
Yeah, they did ban the Azir.
The Azir banned against him. Let's see what they do this time, as Pantheon, I think you still ban it.
Yeah, you have
to. Don't overthink this one, KT Rolster. You've got a pretty nice record right now.
And I think Pantheon is just such a good first pick because it works with so many different things. The champion is just very strong, so they are just going to remove it once again.
It's kind of similar to the Annie, except I think it does even more things because it's a global.
Yep. This is exactly the same bans from Bro this time around. It'll be Orianna that needs to be banned away here from KT to have a run back.
I think they will likely ban it since they banned it last time, unless they want to ban Varus instead. They could pick away the Nocturne and then play a Nocturne Lulu comp if they want to like give Orianna and then go, you know, Nocturne Lulu on the other side by banning the Varus. So let's see if they want to do this. This is kind of how they dismantled T1 earlier on. So the Orianna goes over. Will they grab Nocturne Lulu and once again just execute on pressing R together?
I imagine the Nocturne is going to come in. I think denying that one away is a really smart idea. But whether the Lulu is going to be picked this early is an interesting one.
It's a question you have to ask, you know, like, do they have an answer to it if you do? Because they'll potentially take it themselves if you don't grab it here. It looks like they're just going to go Yunara, Nocturne, and maybe see what else they can get. I mean, they could just go for the Lulu here, but then that gives Gideon Nocturne, so I think they can't do that. So I'm surprised that Yunara is the one they opt for out of all of them.
Yeah, intriguing. But let's see where they're going to head next, as I imagine Yunara Nocturne is probably going to be the lock-in here.
I mean, there are ways to beat Nocturne. It's not that you can't ever let Orianna Nocturne go over, but most people don't.
Oh, it's Vi instead. Okay. Well, so not going to be playing the Nocturne themselves. They'll give that over to Hanjin Brion if they would like it.
A lot more early impact than the Nocturne will have with this Vi pick.
And Caitlyn going to be taken as the answer. Caitlyn Nico, pretty powerful lane.
I think it's got to be a Lulu, though. And, like, even though it's not Nocturne Lulu, which KT are great at, it's Vi Lulu and also Yunara Lulu into your Caitlyn lane, which is very playable. Look, Effort's face is like, I can't believe they let this happen.
Yeah, this is kind of mind-blowing.
He's like rolling his eyes at it. He's like, you know, I don't know.
Yep, BDD just going to press that lock-in button, so it's going to be a lot of power. But still, the solo lanes are up for debate here for KT.
The Nocturne was insta-banned.
Yeah.
They were like, wow, I guess they really didn't take the alley-oop we gave them there.
And it's kind of crazy that they didn't.
I think that it's in part due to the fact that they knew they'd be playing Nocturne into a Yunara lane, which can have a lot of power, and the Vi that's going to be stronger early. So your bottom side is kind of sacrificed if you go for Nocturne. They could have still done it, right, with this Caitlyn Lulu, but you couldn't, or sorry, Caitlyn Miko, but you couldn't get all of them, right? You could only get 2 of the 3.
Yep.
And a Akali ban is really interesting here.
Yeah, just protecting the Orianna pick as much as they can, I guess. Try and give Loki the best time in lane. Understandably so. I imagine Gideon probably going to be banned once again, and there is the Nefiri taken away. I kind of miss Gideon's Poppy.
Yeah.
He was so good at that champion, and maybe that could be something that they could look towards.
It's honestly a good shout. Like, it's really very strong in this meta still, even though it's a little bit off on the fringes of it. You know, alongside like the Trundles and the Mundos of this meta. Syndra's going to get banned again. I think this makes sense into the Orianna, and it would have made sense last game with the Annie.
But Ari.
Shh, it's fine.
Isn't BDD just going to play it?
He's like, no, I'm playing Xerath or Echo.
I thought Echo or Xerath probably... Why did I forget that he was going to play Echo or Xerath? I'm so stupid.
Vex also really good here.
That's a fun one. But it's just going to be Ari, man. Like, it was always going to be Ari. So there it is, locked in, and it should have... Like, was he really going to play Syndra? I guess maybe.
I don't even know. Like, I'm more afraid of Ari myself personally, but I think it's a miserable time either way. Of the three, I would have most liked to play against Akali. And even that's a problem because BDD is really good at that pick. And even though they didn't go for the Nocturne, they still went for a weak pre-6 Wukong here. Yeah. Great for late game team fights, but in the early game, you have the same problems.
And also, now you have to blind pick a top laner, and Perfect and Casting have been like scrimming, like sharing scrims for like the last 3 years or something like that, being on the same team. And so they know exactly what each other are going to play. Nara into Renekton isn't necessarily something you need in-depth knowledge of your opponent for, but once again, Perfect is going to get counterpicked towards that top side. So it is another case of KT having...
They got the pretty draft.
It's a pretty beautiful draft, I'm not going to lie. Oftentimes I see the Vi Ahri and I'm like, oh, it's overrated, but we saw what BDD did on this champion last time out, and I'm sold.
First pick, Orianna. They don't take the free Nocturne. And this draft here for Bro is... It has a lot of mid-game power. I'll give it that. Until Caitlyn hits the trough, and then you're going to have a problem. Now, the
problem is Orianna hits a trough as well.
Yeah, the other side has really strong mid-game, by the way. Also wins the bottom lane, has the stronger mid-jungle, 2v2, so wins the mid lane, and they had counterpick in the top lane. So, yeah. I am once again bored by KT.
Well, I think you scored is what's happened here. The drafting for KT, I think all season long has been absolutely fantastic.
Just like this drawing.
It is. I mean, I feel like KT fans, the fact that you get to lean into the Digimon vibes is very, very cool. So we do get a lot of fan signs that are awesome. Hunch and Breon, though, they're the bros. And so they give us value. They give us the full series, right? Right, guys?
Right?
All right, let's see whether they can. All right. Bro fans trying to beat the KT fan chant there. I don't think they quite managed to win, but I did hear the desperation, and that counts for a little bit more.
Desperation decibels.
So make sure this could be your last opportunity to get in your bro tax this week. And so we'd appreciate it if you were to put that in the chat.
It goes directly to supporting the players.
Yeah, remember, if you are, predicting with your channel points, if you predict bro and they win, then you'll get way more because it's very likely that KT are going to win this game, and a lot of people agree. So there's that too. So your channel points can go a long way to assisting the pros.
There you go. Atlas,
game number 2.
In a very roundabout way, explaining probability and odds.
Yeah! There we go. I don't really do very much of it myself, though, so don't really take my word for it.
I can't remember which game I threw all my channel points on, but I haven't done it since, and I think I've stacked up a lot of channel points as a result.
Ooh, that's fun. Well, I'd probably invest them into bro tax every day.
I should probably be doing that.
Or do like the true bro fan thing, which is to just pred bro every time. As Teddy is going to be Glitterlanced. And it looks like KT are actually having a pretty good time in this lane for now.
Yeah, they didn't even necessarily play that the most optimally, but Pix and Yunara Q, it's a hell of a lane. It's, you do the damage. The enemy team doesn't like it. Heals traded. Aiming's like, thanks for the shield effort. I'm not even going to get hurt by that Peacemaker.
Yeah, and Namgung also kind of throwing these blooming bursts to Narnia as well, which is unfortunate. Now, aiming with a bit of spare time, realizes that Namgung's health bar is a little bit better than he otherwise would have thought, but still, these Glitter Lances just keep hitting. And you can see he's been throwing a lot of them. That blue stuff is certainly very, very low. Slurkle going to connect on to Namgung.
Looks really exciting when he looks that low. It's like, oh, man.
Yeah. And all right, so Effort looking a little worse for wear, but they still have full control of this wave.
His barrier here for aiming, he just has so much more damage output than Teddy. Teddy's too low. Cuz is going to come over here, and I've seen this movie before, although actually it's the alternate version where he just gets the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, he's just going to be looking to take that one down. Gideon is following, but he's spotted as the Scuttle Vision does come up.
All right, did we learn, bro, about scrapping in the river early when your comp isn't the better skirmishing comp early? Looks like they did learn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Aiming is taking a little bit of damage here, but Effort does have some shields with his Whimsy up and available. And so CS margins, Teddy doing just fine, but you probably want to be feeling a bit better in this lane as Nara is on a huge winning streak, as we've seen, largely off the back of phenomenal team fighting. We saw that from Rich yesterday as BDD finds the charm onto the correct Wukong, and we'll be able to get the cannon as well. But look at this. 7 wins in a row for the Orianna as Cuz is going to discover her and Gideon here and just going to punch Gideon back towards BDD and gets the flash out as a result.
Casting went for that aggressive play topside, but now the wave is going to be put in a pretty unfortunate spot. And actually, it looks like he's not going to have his back stopped, but that could have been even worse than a TP to that river ward. Get straight back to where he was. Yep. Picked up a cull and boots, as he knows this matchup is not going to be one where, like, he put the pressure on early, and that's probably the end of the pressure he's going to be putting on in this lane.
Should you get extra stacks because your Q is called Cull the Meek, and you've got a Cull? Like, it feels like a signature item.
I'm trying to rationalize how that would make sense. Like, I mean, should it make sense? If you get it with the Cull the Meek, like the last hits,
yeah, then you get double stacks.
Then you double the stacks. Yeah, that seems fair enough. Sure.
I think we should message David Turley about it.
I like the Atlas kind of fairy tale ideas about these small interactions. We had one last game as well.
We used to have it, like where light-based abilities did less damage to champions with sunglasses.
True.
Like that happened. Ninjas had 1 less health if you're on the same team as another
knows
ninja.
Back then, Leona. She was. She needed a nerf.
Yeah. All right. We did have Cuz looking for an opportunity here, but BDD just clears out the wave. Looks like Loki is going to be okay for the moment, as this is what this lane's supposed to do.
Yeah!
Taking the plates.
Plate it up.
And
make the silver platter.
Yeah, and they're also, up in CS, looking kind of okay. Effort taking a lot of damage in this lane that we didn't quite see.
How can we, not only just me and you, even just Valdez, Stegon, how can we curse KT in order to get Bro the win?
Just say that we're really excited about being here today. And we're excited for how good KT definitely are, and that we're proud of all of their consistency so far.
It's hard to sell that I'm excited to be here as a curse, because I'm legitimately excited to be at Lowell Park every day.
But you also opened this series with your board of KT.
Yeah, that's true. I am kind of like, they're making it very boring. I would like them to lose and give me a series and have the drama. And it's like, oh man, is Bro like, are they the same as Gen G? Like that same, or if they beat KT, are they better than Gen G? Like give me the drama. Don't give me the, okay, Lulu gets back control of the lane. We grab early dragon. It's Vi, Ari. They didn't get any kills early.
Hey,
they're down 200 gold.
Renekton is winning lane against Nah.
And has, what, 27 extra gold from the Cull?
Yeah, there you go. He's going to cash that in as well. And he's getting extra stacks from his Q in the future.
Yes.
Haha. All right, Gideon going to discover this blue buff as well, as BDD moving over. Might find himself in a little bit of trouble, though. There is a Cyclone at the ready, as BDD is just going to get engaged on. Does flash to get himself out of the way, as now Cuz is in a bit of trouble as well. Gideon taking a lot, though, as the Orbiterception did come on through, as Loki looking for the angle, and Cuz just going to short Vault Breaker that one out of the way. True damage comes through from BDD.
Are we sure BDD is not a robot? Hold on. I need to watch that clip again.
Well, I'm just going to turn around. I mean, I'm watching him right now.
It looks like Flesh and Blood, but it could be like a Ghost in the Shell type situation, where he's maybe a cyborg.
Yeah, it could be a bit of that.
Did you see, like, when he saw the Q come out from Loki, he's like, nah, I'll just stand here. That's fine. You can't get me.
I'm pretty sure he's a person.
Yeah, I know. It seems like it. I've seen him cry. He's got emotions. I don't think that's just a program.
No. I did spend a lot of time not watching the game and just watching BDD's perspective, as now Casting is taking way too much damage underneath this turret. Does have the dominance, though, as Wallop connects, and Cuz is, of course, right here. Cease and desist going to come on through. The flash is still there from Casting, who does manage to get the Stun down, but he's just dead. Doesn't even invest his flash.
At least he didn't. That would have been even worse if he died while trying to make that play happen with flash.
That's first blood actually going over to Perfect as well, as the charm is going to connect.
Still not sure if
Yeah, the robot allegations are difficult to get rid of here for BDD.
He's having a day. He's having a tournament.
I mean, he's having
a career. Like, let's be
Maybe
real.
it's the year of BDD after all.
He was player of the year last year already, though.
Hey, it's a really good point. I'm not entirely sure how we can have all of the years be the year of BDD, but maybe that should be how it's supposed to work. It's all right. Looking for an angle towards Loki here, but Loki is just out of range. And so let's have a look at this one more time. Casting, unfortunately, took a few too many turret shots there, smacked back underneath the turret, and Perfect layering so much free damage.
Yeah, he does not have a jungler here either, and he plays this well, and he gets another empowered ability here. I think he actually just uses the W, yeah. So that doesn't really help him get heal back. If he gets a Q there, he heals one more time, but it doesn't matter. He is just, unfortunately, unable to do anything there. It was just a good outplay there from Perfect, who transforms at the right time. Speaking of transforming.
Yeah, also going to get that hop damage as well, as the wallop is going to be sliced away from. But this is the problem. Like now, even though Casting did have a decent time in the early stages, it's all for naught. As Cuz was there to help back him up. Obviously, Perfect did a lot of that work earlier on. And, oh dear. Doubling down on this winning situation, perhaps.
He doesn't have flash, but he's just going to play towards where he has vision, where he knows his jungler is, and he's not going to walk towards the dark part of the map where Gideon was there with flash and Cyclone.
Yeah, Perfect also with a good read of where that slice was going to go. Nailed the boomerang.
Bro got 3 grubs, so we're already looking like a better start here. No perfect game.
Oh, Gideon grubs.
Yeah.
That feels good. Casting got most of those minions as well. Oh my goodness.
The cameramen, right? The observers. Yeah. I'm going to call them cameramen. That's like a weird thing I just did. I don't know why that happened. But the ones controlling the camera, who are in fact called observers in esports.
I know Kisan is here today, so it might have been him.
Yeah.
No, he mainly does replays and things like that, though, so maybe it's not him.
I don't think it's him, but
it's probably just Jonas Strong.
I think they have a tough job to try to make it look, like Bro have a chance. And they keep showing the lanes where it looks like, it's, it's not fair. Are we really going to watch Perfect continue to bully Casting? Go back to the mid lane. Oh, Loki had to go back and didn't have TP. How about that bottom lane?
Yeah, they're
Kraken Slayer's online.
Searching for the options. Teddy does have some cool scoped weaponry, and that is thematically pretty correct for Caitlyn the Sniper. So that's kind of cool, but I don't know. They're going to need to wait until pretty late in the game, unfortunately, because right now, laning phase for Caitlyn, certainly fantastic. On one item, you don't feel great. It kind of depends on what your second item is, but it looks like Teddy's going for attack speed next. Instead of locking in an Infinity Edge second item or something like that. Means that you shoot very slowly, but each shot does do a whole bunch of work.
He's got a decent lead. Perfect he's got his mega set, so good try casting.
Yeah.
You got counterpicked. You went for the blind Renekton with Nara, and this is where we are.
Yeah.
These were once rivals for that KT Challengers spot. Perfect kept it, and the rest is history.
Wasn't he there last year as well? Weren't they trading places sometimes? But it was mostly Perfect?
Well, Perfect was on just normal KT last year.
That's what I mean. I think Casting was there too.
Yeah, at the very beginning of the year, you're right. He did play during the Poduk swaps and all that stuff.
Yep. When KT had a very similar roster, but did not look like this, which is still kind of blowing my mind as Scuttlecrab going to go over to Cuz.
I'm still in the bewildered phase of they went to World Finals.
Yeah, no, I still keep forgetting. And then you say, oh, the defending world finalists. And I'm like, what? All right, cease and desist going to come on through there. Cyclone is going to be the response. Shockwave is decent as Nongshim finds 3 with the Pop Blossom, but they've already taken down Gideon, and Loki is trying to deal with aiming, and it's a double for BDD. Because of course it is.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to investigate about what's going on.
Yeah, I'm going to look back again. Hang on, this is like a big moment. I can see the player cam as well. Like it's constantly on here in LoL Park if you are in the audience.
Look at Perfect. He's chewing gum. Robots don't chew gum, right? I think...
but like BDD, I think is chewing gum as well, man.
So this is just...
Oh, something's happening in live. Teddy is just going to get flashed.
No, it's not. It's not. Nothing happened. It's still a close game.
Did you say still a close game? It's definitely not
No,
still a close game.
It's still a close game. Nothing has happened. It's still 0-0. Teddy still has a gold lead, right?
It was never a close
Teddy had a gold lead. He had a gold lead still, right? It's a bug where it says 246 in the blue color option. It should be the red color.
Yeah, this feels like KT are playing an RPG they should have upped the difficulty on. At this point in time.
Yeah, it's get me out. KT's like, get me out of the tutorial.
I built my thornmail. I'm ready to go. Oh dear.
God. It's just it.
야, 나 캐틀을 한번 싸울게, 성우야,
Okay,
한 번만.
look, he has his Q ready.
싸울게.
Ults out.
잡았어.
Did this even warrant a first-person view?
That's what I was just thinking. I was like, hang on a second. He sort of just walked at Teddy, and Teddy died.
No, sick mechanics! Out and crazy outplay! What was Teddy supposed to do against such
aiming?
raw
What
skill?
was that? We needed Doa here. He would have yelled about it.
Yeah, Doa would have known what to do. Doa was always the humor guy.
Honestly,
situation.
Honestly, if we could get Eric over here, he might. Like, this is one of his types of games. As Loki is going to land the ultimate onto Effort, and Effort's going to take a bit of punishment. And
all right, let's
Loki's
just move
dead.
the goalposts, okay? We had the perfect game denial, like goalposts in game one.
Yeah.
Pro, successful. So basically, they're 1-0 in this series by marks. Like, mission accomplished. Here, already denied that, but we'll move it. Just get a kill. Weren't able to do that one in game one. Just kill one KT champion of the series.
Yeah. Let's be able to define the KDA of KT.
Yes.
At the end of this series.
Because as you can see here, Loki is alone. He does not have friends. KT are everywhere. And like, who could blame Loki here? It's just, he's almost got Effort, but Effort didn't have turret aggro.
Yeah, the enemy bottom lane coming from behind your turret just really does tell you a story about how this game is going for Nongshim Breon.
It just feels like a crime is being committed.
Yeah.
Before our eyes in this game.
Yeah, I don't really know what to like charge them with. You know, I know they should go to jail, but I don't know how to keep them there. It's okay.
Wait!
Oh, ace in the hole!
That wasn't even
never going to do enough damage.
He like just pressed his refillables afterwards so he can get his health back in the fountain faster.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Bro gonna get a Herald.
Ooh, or are they?
Maybe
Yes,
maybe they could bait KT into a fight that's not optimal. Like, you know, BDD goes in 1v4 and doesn't carry.
There's a lot of pings on a BDD right now. They're possibly looking for a bit of an angle towards him as the rest of the bros are going down. There are so many decoys in this game on the bro side. Is because, really, come on.
Okay, possibly not Robot.
Cuz has escaped the allegations. That's
Not
the
sure
way to
about
do
everyone
it.
else, like especially BDD, but
yeah. Finally, a human maneuver.
Or maybe the robots are learning and, and now they're like, oh, we got to trick the casters. they're catching on to us.
Yeah, it could be something like that. All right, well, Teddy just going to clear out this wave. And, okay, so here's the bropium for you.
Please.
All right?
Please, go.
They
Help.
just... Okay, look at the gold lead for KT, 2.3K. Nothing to worry about right now.
2.4, but yeah. You're
Sorry,
very close.
I mean, it's ticking around.
It went back down, yeah.
Okay. It's 16 and a half minutes. Well, 16 and almost 16 and a half minutes.
There you go.
And that's not end of the world money right there. So we've got
Oh my god, hold on, break it down. Is he a robot?
Yeah, we get to...
니코다. 씨, 낚였네.
He said, it tricked me.
He did trigger.
The way he said that, and the way he obviously had vision of the real one before he did it, that was robot-like behavior.
Not
He's
the
trying
real
to
one.
be
He had
out-
vision of the other one, Wolf. The other one is what he had vision of, okay?
It looks pretty obvious to me, but
yeah,
I'm not a robot, so...
Are you saying the robots are dumber than the humans?
No, I think he knows. He's trying to convince us he's not a robot.
Yeah, he's like, oh, it tricked me.
And then he literally said like, fooled me. Right after we said that we're pretty sure that BDD at least is a robot.
All right. So now we just need to make sure that the space gets an interview with Cuz and pinches his arm.
No, actually, don't even do that. That's not enough because, like I said, it could be a bodysuit like Ghost in the Shell. Oh, can they get a kill? Nah, he's too clever for that. He's a robot. What they need to do is actually try to inject him with code and see how his body reacts. Or just try to divide, hold a calculator up and ask him to divide by 0 and see what he does.
It all sounds way too complicated. I don't know. Well, maybe D-Gun shouldn't do that. I feel like that's rude. I don't know how that even is the thing. Okay, they do get another charge. This is pretty cute as Slurkle slows down Gideon. And Perfect going to hit Mega at exactly the right time. Does not require it at all. And that is another kill going over to aiming 2-0 and 2 for the Yunara.
Ooh, that looked like maybe a kill for Bro. Like I thought, you know, Perfect might just not realize it. They didn't have full vision.
Well, this might be another kill for KT.
Bro, they don't have any way to save casting here. Loki has TP, but there's nothing to TP to.
Well, the cease and desist to come through. Cuz knows that that's the real Renekton.
Yes, it's not a decoy.
Yep.
Amy's going to get a full turret, even though Loki didn't TP to try to help out, so...
Someone in chat, by the way, says, do these guys ever talk about the game?
Not when we're
If you can find the game for us to talk about, we would absolutely love to.
I think we've been talking about the game in the context of reality, or at least what we perceive to be reality. And we're not.
We're getting existential, okay?
So I mean, at this point, like the only question is whether or not these players are actually real human beings playing the game, or robots, or some sort of other like alien body that's happening here. Because I did watch this team play in LCK Cup, right? And even though I've seen it happen, you could not convince me, like you couldn't convince me before LCK started that effort would show up and this team would be
this is a timeline that I did not expect to be on.
And I just don't even know if I still really trust it. Like I'm just trying to come to terms with it because I'm not excited, right? I'm just confused and also worried about whether I'm being duped. If this is like, they turned the LCK to a reality TV show just to trick me, and like the whole thing is like, actually it was, you know, they were robots the whole time, this is the AI, it's like an Elon Musk experiment, like we got you, Wolf.
Oh no.
Like, or is this really happening?
Well, I mean, for right now, it's really happening. The thing is, if we go back to 2023, right, the last time that KT had a lot of faith behind them, they really did charge it up until they could maximize the disappointment.
They got first place in regular season and got all 5 of their players into All-Pro, which upset a lot of people. They then unceremoniously made all the wrong decisions in playoffs and did not even make the finals.
Yes, they did do that. That was we selected T1, and that ruined them for 3 years. It's kind of how it worked out. So finally they've recovered, and they're looking great. And I think this year they're not going to select T1 if they have the opportunity to do so. They also have Soul Point in this game, if we're going to go back to talking about it just momentarily, but I don't think we really need to.
The game is right now for Bro hiding from KT and hoping they do not kill you.
It's
so the dragon is not really on the cards.
We've got 2 different games happening at the moment.
Like, maybe we should move the goalpost to Bro are able to get halfway across the map at some point for the rest of this game.
Well, yeah. Casting got halfway across the lane, and he didn't really want to, as here's a Pop Blossom from Nam going to try and hold them in position.
Wait.
It could be a kill. It's going to be the first kill as Kuz goes down. Can they even find more? Shockwaves flashed out of the way of, as KT can bleed, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
There it is.
2-0. They accomplished objectives.
Leave your goalposts right where they were, Wolf.
All right. Whew.
All right,
man, he ulted a clone and died. He's doing KT dirty here.
Yeah, he's not going to get my POM, tell you that much.
Who is going to get POM, though?
It's BDD.
That's a good point.
Probably.
Yeah, no, I wanted to entertain the thought for a minute, you know, because Ash Seraphine, but
I think it's
BDD. You got the triple on the Mel, is what it is.
Yep.
So this is all just an elaborate sacrifice from casting here. Look at this, the re-engage back through. Cuz is under turret.
Cuz is like, he sees 2 extra people. He's like, well, I guess I'm still pressing R. All right, a little bit overly optimistic there for KT.
It's only a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah,
as Chronica would often say.
And honestly,
ooh, dodge the charm.
It could be a larger gold lead.
It could be.
Do we go back to the Bropium?
There's no bounties, which is bad for Bro, but
but it's also
look at the item
for
value.
Bro. They're not far enough behind.
Bottom lane item value, very much in a good place.
Yeah, and also if Perfect is in a side lane, then he's most of their gold lead.
Also, Warden Mail for the Nico. So, like, that's...
he's going to take a bit less damage remaining.
That's an interesting choice that he's made. He's durable.
Yeah.
He's ready to carry a team fight.
Going to be crit
He's got his flash. Crit less, as you say.
I mean, I'm back. I'm with that guy in chat that said that we should talk about the game more. I'm ready to talk about the game.
All right, let's do it. It looks like almost
Dragon setup time?
Game could be on. Game could be on. Look, here's a TP from Perfect. We have a fight here. This is Soul for KT if they win this.
Yeah, and Scuttle Vision for
Casting
the Bros.
Has TP, doesn't have a great TP location. We're going to push this wave.
Oh, Perfect can't walk up. He can walk over the trap. All right, Namgung was thinking about trying to find an angle here. He's not a Renekton. He is a Nico. Teleport in from the real Renekton as Effort is going to be forced to take the ace and the hole damage. Aiming, keeping himself healthy where he can. Casting has a big old shield as KT are going to back away. The Dominus has come on through. Circle value there onto the Renekton is Perfect. Looking for an angle with that Mega Gnar up and available, but there are traps all over the place and he's not small enough to walk over them anymore. Absolute genius here from the Bros as Cuz is going to have it stolen away. Gideon denies the soul. And the Bros just walk it up.
They get out. They get out. They could not get the Gnar, and KT Rolster could not get Perfect in the position to actually get value out of his Mega. The traps did insane work there.
I mean, I don't want to go crazy or anything, but
yeah,
I think the tempo vibes have just swung a little.
They may very well have.
I think we may have reached the apex of the pendulum.
That they're robots because the tempo vibes just don't apply.
Oh,
they can't have vibes if they're like, does a robot ever have a vibe?
I think so. I think once they you update the firmware to the most recent one, I think they developed vibes quite recently.
Oh, okay. I guess so. I mean, there's been a lot of AI lo-fi in my YouTube algorithm, so they're trying to vibe at least.
Oh, that's disgusting. You've never given it a click though, right?
No, I never once.
Thank goodness.
Don't
do that.
I would never be fooled by such
such
internet created. I mean, isn't AI actually just the dregs of humanity all pushed into one?
I mean, I'm all about the dead internet theory. I think that there's just no one there at all. We're all just in our own little worlds, individuals.
This game has gotten quite scary, you know? I feel really small.
Dead internet, forced echo chamber type scenarios. Oh, goodness me. All right, well, Gideon is here and is looking for a KT that are attempting a Baron.
So Loki has his arm guard. There's a possible miracle angle here. That. Okay.
Cuz doesn't have a shield anymore.
He didn't need that. Ultimate's not the important one. The other four are the big ones. Okay. The Dominus here for casting. Right. Cyclone with flash available.
Did you say the Alt F4? Because yes, that would be a very dangerous one.
The other four ultimates, but yes, also Alt F4 would be dangerous for
the other four, yes.
Or if KT Alt F4'd all of them at the same time, I think it would count as a loss.
That would be very good for Bro.
Probably fined as well. So we're not going to start Baron just.
What if they all did it accidentally at the same time?
That sounds very.
And then they could prove it some.
That sounds like
oh no, they all did the same firmware update and it had the same bug. Oh no.
That sounds like an Order 66 type, someone from.
It's like if you walk over that one frog in the river, all of the robots automatically Alt F4.
That's when Smeb appears with a cape on and we find out that he's actually always been a robot and he controls all of the KT players who have always been robots forever.
Yeah, he's like Syndrome from The Incredibles or something like that.
When BDD was winning titles back on Longzhu, he was a robot back then as well. We didn't know. And Smeb was controlling him the whole time because
he was developed in a CJ Entus lab.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! We have figured it out.
They shut down CJ to cover it up.
Exactly. That's where OGN went. I can't believe we've solved this live on broadcast, Wolf. This is so huge.
Overwatch Apex was a distraction.
It was. And what a joyous distraction it was.
This whole game here for the last 5 minutes has been KT being you can't see Baron, but we're not going to do it though.
And they're going to continue to not do it.
You're going to keep wondering about whether we're doing Baron. And Bros is I don't know, I don't see Baron in the kill feed. I guess they didn't do it. Because they're also not pushing. BDD decided to push for a little bit. This game is kind of becoming, the longer it goes on, if Bro get another dragon, we joke a lot, but maybe there's a real angle here. That arm guard's still unbroken for Loki. Casting is, I mean, you could stun the right target. Gaming doesn't have cleanse.
If we get to 6 items on everyone, Bro's comp is really good.
Yeah.
Cyclone, Shockwave, Namgung on this Nico, find Pop Blossom angles.
It's kind of crazy for KT as well if they get there, but if Bro get there first, That could be good somehow.
I'm going to stick with if they get there at all. I don't think they're getting there first.
Nico's got Frozen Heart.
Oh.
And a gold lead. And a dream. Namgung.
There you go.
I saw him play Pike the other day.
Lead on, bro.
The Pike game from him made me trust. This guy's got something special that we didn't see before in LCK Cup.
Yep. And it's not a Mikhail's.
No.
Which I don't think he necessarily needs. It's like a stray charm or a polymorph or something like that. So
Slurkle.
Yeah, then you're not really going to be Mikhailsing that one. So Loki gonna get charmed. BDD hits those, and Loki was CC'd for way too long. Shockwave is going to connect onto Cuz though. He has to flash out of the way. They trade the health bar of a mid laner for the health bar of a jungler, but it's Cuz that had to flash.
They put that ward there to make it seem like BDD. Okay.
Oh, BDD looks for the angle here, and Namgung taking way too much damage. The Hyperproc's going to help out, and BDD locks down the kill.
He's not beating the allegations.
No, he's certainly not. It's Robotic. I almost said Robotnik for a second there. That's a different games company.
Yeah, Jim Carrey would have something to say about that.
He might.
Effort has
Speaking
flash.
of robots.
I don't think he can get out, or I don't think they can get him, rather. I think he can get out without using it. I don't think they can catch him, as Soul is on the cards here, and Aiming is doing it solo, off screen, off frame. This is a 3v4 setup here.
Yeah. I mean, solo with Cuz.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't see Cuz. I was like, where is Cuz?
Oh, casting. Wants to find anyone, but he just finds a control ward, so knows that he's been spotted. Sometimes you do the sad Dominus. The sad Dominus is a thing.
It gives you fury. It makes you mad as well.
Yeah, well, I understand why he is that is not a clone. Gideon able to flash out of the way of the charm there, and actually taxis towards Perfect, but he uses that as an opportunity to go in. Namgung finds two with the Pop Blossom, but he just dies. Perfect just not taking damage from Teddy. He sidesteps the wallet, though, beautifully, and does take down the Gnar. But KT, I think they are more interested in getting an ace and possibly just winning the game.
Pretty big wave in the mid lane. 40 seconds on Teddy, 30 on Loki. They do need those minions to get over here, but I think they will promptly end the game. Perfect does not have TP, but he's going to respawn after everyone on Bro. I think they can win it without him, although get down to 2 minions.
Oh, gotta get the Baron. Gotta get the Baron. I think that's a really, really good call.
This is like every solo queue game I've been in. Like, we wipe the team in their base, and then the team goes to Baron.
Yeah, you know, you take the Nexus turrets first, and you're like, wait a second, guys, gotta do Baron.
The guy's like, ping, he's respawning in 37, we gotta go to Baron. I'm like, I think we just auto the Nexus twice.
No, don't be silly. That's not in the programming.
Okay, so BDD has this ward here, you know, but it's not about that. It's just about the sick angle. He gets through the wall. Yep. Baron's going down in live. We don't need to watch that. It was written. BDD does not get the stop on the back here, but just kills Namgung instead because he decides that's the next best option.
Yep, point blank charm.
And then this fight, Casting is trying to keep Perfect from being relevant. He's like really trying. Perfect's like, nah, sorry, I'm just too big. And then Aiming is just like...
BDD, I didn't even see him up to the north absolutely obliterate Loki.
I mean, everyone is winning on like all fronts in this fight for KT, so it's hard to capture everything, but...
Teddy had that nice little outplay on Perfect. But that's it. So 2 kills, as it turns out, are what Bro are able to collect thus far this series.
It's got to be cathartic for those KT fans who trusted them when they were almost relegated, never gave up hope when they bombed in 2023. You know, they had a chance to win the World Finals, but you never believed for even 1 second that it was going to happen. But you were like really kind of going, well, maybe we'll somehow miraculously win it because I don't believe. And then you come into this season and LCK Cup went horribly, but we're hoping for your team to do well. Gotta feel good that you're starting things off on the right foot here in 2026.
I mean, I still have 2018 on my mind, you know. Gideon looks for a bit of an angle here towards BDD, who presses all of those dashy buttons and gets himself out of the way. Still had to invest the ulti, but it's not exactly on a huge cooldown at this point in the game.
The Orianna wave clear is buying Bro a lot of space here. But it may be that the time is running out here. The clock, the hourglass is running thin on Sand.
Yeah, and there's also no Baron to go back and get for KT here, as they've got an army of siege minions as well. Traps are set up by Teddy, seeing whether he can really get the full moat around the base with Yordle snap traps, but I just don't know whether that is going to quite work here, as the minion wave is getting destroyed. And more cannons are making their way in. Oh, Loki is going to go golden. That's to avoid the charm there as Namgun gets the flash pop blossom onto 3. It's a decent angle, but he just explodes. The wallets are extraordinarily powerful as PDD also goes golden. It's a triple so far for aiming. He's looking for the quadra kill as Casting will be taken down for that one. PDD close to dead as now they have to pile in to the fountain to get aiming his pentakill. And they will not do it as perfect ruins the whole thing before the Nexus falls, and KT remain undefeated in the LCK.
He's running right over to aiming to tell him sorry.
Would a robot have stolen the Penta?
No, I don't think so, actually.
Yeah, so I think they're actually human. I think I'm back on the human train.
Atlas, this was a pretty big stop. I think.
Yeah.
It was hard to talk about the game, sorry guy in the chat, because, yeah, it was painful. Although, you know, Bro bought a lot of time. And KT, they continue to be very boring and like not try to all in on the Nexus. They went and get Baron to stack some big cannon waves to win the game.
Oh, even Perfect is looking a bit bored, even when he does his like catchphrase face.
I do love this like meme with the yellow spear face, but like with Perfect's face on it because it's exactly the same face.
It is exactly the same face.
Yeah. BDD. Not beating the allegation.
No, it was too much of a streamlined smile. Yeah, it's a little bit rough here. Maybe we're gonna get BDD on the space to try and prove that point. As aiming gives a thumbs up, but he's actually just boiling with rage inside.
Well,
as
I
he
think
had
you
his
and I
denied.
are in trouble because if they're all robots, that was not that robot-like. Maybe they're still reprogramming him, but like you and I are in trouble because they know we're onto them, so we need to be careful on our way home.
No, we're not in trouble actually. Lazy Sloth in chat says, nah, the talk was more entertaining than the matches. Thank you, Cast.
Oh, I don't mean like we're not in trouble by like G-Sun or our jobs. I mean like the robots are.
Oh, because the robots are coming.
Yeah, because they know we're aware now.
Are you starting to have the crisis about AI taking over?
I'm a little bit concerned.
I think you're late to that party, Wolf.
If the space is on to like what's going on to us, they're definitely not bringing any of these players over there. They have to stay quarantined, be safe. And they're like, I don't know what those casters are talking about.
Wait,
100%.
Can you catch robot?
Like 100%, these guys are all human and are very lifelike and realistic. I mean, just human.
Lifelike. I've been described as lifelike and realistic before. I haven't actually.
Very fleshy and the beating hearts are real inside of them. And they definitely won't be opening me up to find out that that's the case for me as well.
I'm like General Grievous, you know, still got the heart in there. Don't you worry. All right, yeah, this was an absolute obliteration by KT. That's why we haven't been talking about the game so much, just because the Bros kind of got dismantled.
KT are a really good team. However, Bro had some drafting here that allowed KT to just showboat, practically, in this series. And, you know, Casting got his Renekton. The counter pick went over. They tried to answer the Yunara Lulu. RE5 was there. There just wasn't anything going the way of Hanjin Brion here.
Nope. And they could have banned the Ari. And that's the thing that's kind of crazy because BDD is just off the back of a phenomenal Ari performance in their last series this week. KT are just on an absolute tear. And I don't know how to think about it. I'm glad that you brought up the robot conversation because I think that's better than trying to make just real sense of what's going on here.
It's been 9 years since the organization has started a season 4-0.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And that has now happened again. And that roster, right, with like bringing Deft and Pawn over from EDG at the time, that was a team that were looking extraordinarily dominant in the LPL.
Also stole top damage from aiming as well.
Oh my, maybe it was the last hit that got him the bit of extra damage as well. Oh my goodness. Beautifully done by Perfect.
You mentioned that roster, they went on, I think, a 6 or 7 game winning streak. KT look like that they may beat that record with the form they have right now on the schedule that they have, where they already beat T1 and Gen G. I mean, who would have guessed?
Wow, he needed 1 extra kill in the second game. That's a bit of a shame. Then it could have been seen as a potential typo. There's something wrong with the programming.
he only has 200 palm points because Perfect's been popping off.
Yeah. And we don't have POG anymore, so that's like, that is 50% of the palms. Still pretty good at this point in time. But wow. KT are really good.
Make it a little bit more interesting, this tournament, you know? It was pretty interesting when you got the first 2 upsets, but, you know, maybe play Zoe next time, or like, give me some Zed.
I mean, BDD wins with Zoe as well. I think if he picks that one up, I think maybe it needs to be something a little bit more crazy. Like
Fizz, give me a Fizz game.
Fizz game sounds fun.
Fizz game, yeah.
Yeah, that could be it. I heard the cheer from the crowd. I imagine BDD has made his way out and is preparing for that interview. And we're going to be watching intently to make sure that we sense any machinations, perhaps any movement that may not necessarily be 100% human, because he was playing like an absolute cyborg today.
I hope Subin's got her EMP emitter in her pocket just in case.
She might have it. Let's get into the interview right now. Take it away, dear.
Thank you very much, Atlas. This is Jisun for the POM interview translation. We'll be hearing from BDD on the side of KT roster. Congratulations on the win. Thank you very much. Since the 2017 spring season, it's been 9 years since KT started a season with a 4-0 scoreline. How do you feel? I just found out about it before the match today. And it feels amazing. KT are still undefeated. Oh, BDD. Great fan sign, and also the fan got a job. Congratulations, congratulations. And I hope you can, do whatever you love and be healthy. Back to the question. KT is still undefeated. The team's atmosphere must be great right now. What is it like? Yeah, of course, it's been great, but also at the same time, we don't want to let our guards down. Game number 1, 17-0 kill score. And you guys were able to end the game in 24 minutes, a dominant game. What do you think worked really well? I think laning phase went really well, and then the macro was on point. Everything worked really well. And then you had a very dominant early laning phase on Mel. And you got a triple kill around the Drake. Did that feel like the turning point for you guys? Yeah, because we knew that they were not supposed to start the Drake. I guess they wanted to kind of start the fight around there. So it worked really well for us. How do you think of Rel recently? Because a lot of people say Mel can fall off in the late game. I think the belt itemization kind of compensate that part. And then if you know how to play around the mid to the late game with that item build, it's pretty strong. In game 2, KT went with Arivi combo. It's been making a comeback lately. Now it's 2 for 2 in the LCK season. How highly do you rate this composition? I think it's a really strong duo, so as long as you get through the laning phase, well, it can work. It can do a lot of work later on. There were a lot of target bans towards the mid lane champion pool. Annie and Orianna was already secured by the opponents, but still, you were able to dominate the lane and went deathless in both games. What do you think made that possible? I think I was able to just play out the game as I normally do in scrims. BDD, your form has been on the rise. What do you think about your own performance recently? I believe KT still has great potential, I hope you can keep the great form until the very end so we can accomplish something really great at the end of the year. Now, KT's next opponent is D+ Kia, who just took Gen G down yesterday. How did you like the match yesterday? I mean, they beat Genji after such a long time, so you know it's a great moment for the players. I also got a little emotional watching that series, so I was happy for them. But KT will be looking to keep the streak going. How do you plan to prepare for that matchup? I don't think we're going to do anything specific into D plus Kia. I think we're just going to focus on our own game and our plans, and everything will work well. And this is the end of the interview with BDD, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you. Definitely not a robot, Jisun. As it is a 2-0 victory. Nothing to see here by KT. They dispatched the bros. Kind of hurt me, but also it was very impressive. There was a point where it was 22 kills in a row across 2 different games before Hanjin and Brian got their first kill. It was that dominant. And now you gotta wonder, is it legit? Are they legit?
KT's very legit. You know, I know for the longest time we've done the, you know, don't get overexcited, and it's been such a long-lasting meme. It's been such a good one. We've gotten so much use out of it. So many great pictures with lore and all the rest of them. I do feel like this season is the one.
She's here in the chat.
I'm beginning to believe. And
She's a believer. Are you a believer?
2-0, bro.
You a believer, Lore?
Is KT?
I'm converted.
Is KT winning Worlds this year? Woo! KT hype train, let's go! KT, let's go!
Sure. I'm excited.
I'm so excited.
You're so excited?
Yes.
I'm more excited.
All right.
Yeah.
We're already lost.
It's like even higher excitement.
All right. So I think KT right now, they're just like, I just want to explain why KT are good right now. So perfect winning lane by himself, right? And BDD and Cuz working really well together for the only game. And bot lane, I think, I won't say they're really strong in lane, but they play really smart. So I think the team just itself, they just work really well as a team, being on the same page, really decisive what they want to do. And I think, yeah, KT right now looking the best team in LCK right now.
Yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, it really does feel like everybody's kind of hit their flow state. You know, BDD's playing really well, Cuz is as well. You already mentioned perfect effort. Coming in seems like a breath of fresh air. Already the veterans on the team have talked about how they don't have to spend extra time and energy kind of micromanaging a support that doesn't have as much experience. Like, he just knows exactly what to do and where to go. And I feel like they also have a really good understanding of the meta early on in the LCK. So there is a chance that once the meta changes and we get later on in the LCK, maybe they're not as perfect, but for now they're really strong.
Right now they are pretty perfect. Flow state, my second favorite state behind Pog. As we take a look at the comments here, it does go the way of the mid lane. BDD picking this one up. 3-1-1 support. Shout out there for effort by Creamcast, and both of y'all going for Cuz.
Yeah, what did? We were wrong this time.
You were alone.
I mean,
Chijijik Soup,
what happened?
Medias, they got it right.
I mean, I had the full segment about Cuz being smart about the objective, right? So
watch the segment.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say he's the one who shot calls for the early game. So a player who can look left and see right at the same time. So he was doing the grubbies, but looking at the objective on the bottom side as well. So he controlled the game. That's my perspective, and I think everyone agrees on it.
Eyes on the back of his head, which is what a robot would have. Questionable. Valdez, what is your comment?
I think it's pretty much confirmed he is a robot. I am becoming accustomed to your...
Oh!
I didn't want to do like the, because everybody does that one. So I kind of went for something new this time. Because it really does feel like he controls the early pace of the game so well. And like, BDD is great. He wins lane. He does a lot of carry stuff. But Cuz is just really good at understanding exactly where to be at exactly the right time. As you mentioned, eyes in the back of his head. He knows what's going on all around the map. It's like he's kind of playing Puppet Master all the time. So it just feels like he's like a thinking man's carry.
I think he
not
covered
like a
really
flashy
well.
guy.
I think he covered really well.
I think we were stun locked much to like really hammer it home. That was good.
Yeah.
You could hear it in my voice.
What is it?
TN, please.
Translators note, yeah.
Again, robot BDD.
I wonder if they translated that one for the Korean side, and if the Korean side will be like, what? What did he mean by this? What did Wolf mean?
You know, we had such a long conversation on the English broadcast about robots, which maybe didn't have anything to do with the play. So there's a lot that they're going to have to figure out on that one. But we like the comment here on the global side. Let's see what else we have here. Helios, amazing BD dribble.
See, I'm not the only one. I think I won, though. When it comes to the punny comments,
Yeah, I think you won.
I think I won.
I think
this one is a little
BD dribble. I don't know about that, bro.
Because we don't get the second D in there, right?
Yeah.
It's not BD ribble. I guess you could do that.
BD ribble. There's also 3 B's in there. I guess it's just a typo.
BDD derivable. All right. Let's go with Prince here. The long-awaited BDD in his happy timeline.
For sure. Like, he was always struggling in the regular split, right? Like, he was not that happy, but I think it seems like he's having a good day, a good timeline for now.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, 9 years since the last time KT started 4-0 in their next match up against the history breakers themselves yesterday. D plus Kia finally beating Gen G for the first time in 5 years. So a lot of history in our next matchup for KT. And as we always say, there's always next week for Hunch and Brian. All right, time for our best ceremony because we've had such a crazy start to the season, a crazy week 2 to follow on up. We've had some great pop-off moments, so let's look at them together and rate them. We start off with Gumayushi.
Oh, showing off his mouse pads.
Oh, that's a
flex.
Time to buy some mouse pads.
But they cut it off, no? I think he was going to do the posture.
Oh.
Right?
No, he just rolled it up. That's right.
Yeah, that's you, Call.
Space interviewee UCal?
Yes, because he's doing the, you throw it in the backpack, and then you start doing the dance. You just skip the backpack. The game was throwing it in the backpack.
Career?
Wow.
Oh.
There's so many good ones. I love the shaking hand.
Yeah.
After he just 2-0 clapped Gen G.
Yeah, he flicked him on the forehead.
Yeah,
This
easy.
one, yeah.
This one is great because I can't tell if it's normal perfect or he's like, get out of here.
Not even close, you know?
Get out of here.
Which, what he means is, I really got you this time. I really killed you.
Because, like, every single...
Oh, wait, this is the,
Yeah.
this is the best one.
Here's the best. Is this the best? Biased.
Grab my hand so hard. Man,
Yeah.
Mox is so such.
Yeah. You guys, what were you doing?
I mean,
Had a cake.
for me, the best...
One
For the
hand?
cast.
Let us know what your best ceremony is in the chat right now. Wadid, weigh in.
I mean, for me, it's a showmaker because to finish the storyline, you know, like because he was always like keep saying I'm gonna kill you this time, but he couldn't get him right. But he literally said, "Yeah, finally I did it." So
It did feel great. However, I'm hearing my earpiece is on this side. I'm hearing we actually have a new addition to the best ceremony. Can we take a look and listen?
knuckle touch. Wait.
Okay, we have Hanwha Life Esports' celebration with the knuckle touch.
And
What? Wait, we have one more? Can we look at the updated one?
Oh no!
Just wait.
What was that?
on face.
Okay, now, Bias, this is why I didn't ask your opinion before. I needed to get it now. What do you think? Showmaker was running away within the...
Valdez and Ox are the best.
Oh, man.
Oh, I think the edit wins.
Yeah.
The edit wins, but for history's sake, Showmaker. But the edit was amazing.
Can we get it in there in what do versus what don't? Do we have what do versus what don't? What do versus what don't? There it is. What does it better? Is it the knuckle touch or the hand holding?
But the more I watch the knuckle touch, it's just so, I don't know. It's just so weird, but it's good at the same time. And now we finish off with the Valdez and Ox moment. It's like, I don't know, it's just perfect. So I'm gonna go with what don't.
Lock in what, Valdez? Lock in.
Lock in, Valdez.
Lock in, Valdez. Look at his face. He just looks like a angry gremlin.
Angry gremlin.
Lock in.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we should get to zoom in on that face, right? Like angry gremlin.
I'll go with what don't.
See, what don't, goated. Where's our would-ditters? Would-doers, not would-ditters. Would-doers. There are no would-doers. Dang. Your moment was more epic than the knuckle touch?
Damn, bro.
Yeah. You know, I thought I was fooled. I thought they were going to cut to you and...
Can we get the zoom in on Ox as well, if you can?
Ox's face is so ridiculous.
What do you mean? Like, what do you want from him? Like, I don't even know what that face is.
I don't know. I don't know.
So conniving.
Oh my gosh. All right. I think we got to look at it one more time. One more time, please. Cue it. Just one more.
Do you have the video again?
Showmakers was so good, but one more.
Yeah, we need the video with the edit. The jump to Ox's face.
No, okay, so I think they're preparing. Like, what if we close with that video?
They're getting it ready. They'll tell me.
For the ending.
They'll tell me.
It's like perfect ending.
We can't change the ending video. There it is. Yes. Yes. The shake, little bait. Oh, caught.
Leave your mark! Leave your mark! LCK 26!
Oh my god. Okay. All right. Okay, someone just called you Valdad in chat too. Yeah. Valdad, Valdez are all great. Let's take a look at the standings now, because clearly Showmaker won. As it is KT, that's right. Believe it. Undefeated at the top of the standings. The only game dropped was to Gen G. And the bros, there's always next week. What a standings after 2 weeks, guys.
It is, man. No, I think no one kind of predicted this way to be.
I guess these teams maybe make sense, but definitely not in this order.
No, not at all. And also the performance, you know, it's just not the luck. I think they're actually playing good right now. So what a surprising performance from KT, but also for Hanjin Brio, I mean, they showed up some good moments, but I think this time around they couldn't really do anything against the best team in the LCK.
Yeah, they're not going to beat KT. They're not going to look good against KT. I think, you know, relatively wise.
No one does.
Like, yeah, exactly. Also, they were facing KT and they lost really harshly, but also DNS lost to FearX, who only has one win, and like, you know, their losses were kind of similarly one-sided. I mean, I guess the KT versus Bro one was a little bit more one-sided, but based on the teams, you know, maybe you're ahead of DNS at this point. It's not that bad for the side of Hanjin Brion.
Oh, we should just do the segment differently next time. It's not what did and what don't, or do or don't. It's Val do or Val don't. As we take a look at Week 3's matchups, it's Nongshim versus BNK FearX to kick things off. KT versus D+. Again, the history match right there. And then Saturday Showdown, a huge one. Hanwha Life Esports and Gen G. Hanwha Life Esports streaking, looking pretty good now. Gen G, lots of questions to be answered.
Yeah, it's really rare Gen G struggling in regular split because they were dominating most of the time. But now it seems like it's a great chance for HLE to beat them in the regular split. And yeah.
I really want match 22 to be a good one. I really want KT versus D+K to be a good one because that would mean like DK getting back into form and KT finally being challenged. The start of the week, you know. But maybe it'll just be Bro upsetting Gen G after they lost to DK.
And then I think in the middle of the week, the Battle of the X's, Kiwoom, DRX, and BNK FearX, both those squads need wins. Here's our challengers schedule for week 3. You can check those out on co-streams and on air over at Soup and different places as well. Y'all, what a week it's been. A great start to the LCK. As we saw in those standings, maybe the teams on the western and eastern sides that you thought, but the journey here has been nothing but direct, which is why you don't want to miss next week's action. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for having fun with us, and we'll see you next week for more LCK. Bye-bye.
Just when I lift my mic into the stars.